It's all a game of chance. Don't know the thinking. Life never goes that way that you want. That's how it is. No matter what life flow that you take it on. We'll find like a tiger, walk in the park, play the hero till I die. Fly like an eagle, soar through the sky, be free till you die. I don't believe in any miracles. I risk a lot any day. Gambling's only for fools. Take nothing for granted. If you don't seize the chance, it's over for you. Life never goes the way you want. That's how it is. No matter what happens, face it all head on. We'll fight like a tiger, walk in the park, play the hero till I die. Fly like an eagle, soar through the sky, be free till you die. Life is about swimming against the harshest wave. The moment you give in, you get wiped out. Oh, fight like a tiger, walk in the park, play the hero till I die. Fly like an eagle, soar through the sky, be free till you die. Fight like a tiger. Fight like a tiger. Fly like an eagle, soar through the sky, be free till I die.
Hello, gamers. So, go away, Manly. So, Daggerheart. Daggerhearteto. Sword in my heart. Say the N-word. No, I don't think I will. Neapolitan. Oh no, Manly is dead. Don't worry, Manly's not dead. Here, even better. I'll change out the Manly just because you've all seen him. There we go. So, Daggerheart. Daggerheart. Alright, let's talk about it. So, how do we talk about this game? How do we? Let's start at the top. Okay, let's start at the absolute top. What is Daggerheart? Daggerheart is Critical Role's brand new game. This is a lie, by the way. Daggerheart is Critical Role's brand new tabletop role-playing game. And it is a brand new, exciting experience from our favorite human being alive, with the lead writer of Spencer Stark, everyone. Everyone, let's cheer for Spencer Stark. Yay, Spencer! Yay, Spencer! Your grandma's still dead and I don't care. Spencer here, this homeless man that we have to deal with is, okay, let's talk about this. Spencer's an idiot. I hate Spencer. I think he's a fucking idiot. How's grandma? How's grandma, Spencer? Huh? Huh? But Spencer's a fascinating soul. You might know him from his work on Alice is Missing. You might know him from Alice is Missing, and you might also know him from another very popular game called Candela Obscura. Now you may be wondering, wow, Candela Obscura. He didn't write Candela Obscura. This is an important note to make about this. He did not write Candela Obscura. He wrote Candela Obscura, which is a supplement book to the Illuminated Worlds, which he didn't write, which Layla Adelman and Strauss Asimovic did. Maybe. We don't know. Because Spencer, for those who don't know, is the lead game designer at Darrington Press. Now, what is Darrington Press? Let's talk about how do we talk about Darrington Press? Well, this is Darrington Press. Now, interesting note about this. When you talk about Critical Role, it's hard to talk about Critical Role because Critical Role is just a part of the greater community, you could say. This is Critical Role. Darrington Press is the publishing arm of Critical Role. Who owns Critical Role, you may say? Well, I can tell you one thing, it's not Matthew Mercer. This is kind of an important thing to talk about. Matthew Mercer does not own Critical Role. I believe he does. Matt literally is just an employee on it. And am I saying that Matt doesn't have an investment in it? Absolutely not. He has a complete investment in it, but he is not the actual, head person behind it. There's another person who's the head of Darrington. It's a very large... These people make a lot of money playing Dungeons and Dragons on the internet. You might have heard of Legend of Vox Machina. You might have seen a bunch of other things. They've been publishing a lot of different games as well. Now, if we do some look here, a one-page RPG by Marisha, Candela Obscura, obviously, which is, again, a little bit more complicated to talk about because, again, this isn't actually correct. These two didn't actually write the game. Because if we go all the way down to here, Illuminated World System Design. Candela Obscura is just a hack, effectively, of Illuminated Worlds. Which by itself is just the generic SRD. Alright, cool. Let's just go down the the Caper Cards. Never heard of this. Assemble Critical Role Campaign 3's Adventuring Party. Wow. Daggerheart, we'll get to you in a minute. Or the Queen. Don't know what this is. It's a card game and it's not out yet. Queen Era on Heels. New edition beloved storytelling game. Guardians of Matrimonia. I find it very impressive that they've designed games exclusively for women, it feels. Queen by Midnight, which is another game, deck building board game. Tal'Dorei, which is a 5e campaign setting, and you might be saying, oh, it's not 5e. Book uses 5th edition rules. This is actually in the 5e lexicon. Till the Last Gasp. It says it's a role-playing game. It's not. It's a storytelling game about dueling. But also not. I've heard no one talk about this thing. As you kind of see them. Ukatoa. Also another game that I've heard literally only negative things about. I've heard people say it's kind of bad, or at best I've heard it's decisively mid. It does nothing really exciting. The Chronicles of Exandria. Yeah, congratulations. You can play, literally it's just literally these are 2 art books for Vox Machina, their first campaign. So yeah, just want to give you all what we're working with here. But what's Daggerheart? Daggerheart was announced. God, Daggerheart was announced. 1.5 rules. Yeah, that's not. That, you can't do that. We need to. What the fuck is wrong with his hair? This is how's grandma for women and white women. Very important distinction. No, probably white women. Ukuto is really funny. You change like 1.5 rules. That should never be a line. Oh man, this game's really fun if you change the rules. That's not... There's something wrong with that little statement. But what are we actually working with here? Narrington Press, obviously. Daggerheart was announced about a year ago, roughly speaking. About a year and a half ago at this point. And it was kind of in the wake of... How do I want to word this? This was very much in the wake of the OGL crisis. Now, some of you might remember what happened with the OGL crisis. You may remember D&D be gone. Oh no. And remember how nobody actually gave up a D&D? Yeah, don't worry. Effectively, the OGL crisis, Wizards was trying to pull some shenanigans on people with the OGL to effectively say, we own everything you have. Then all of these games started getting announced, really like one right after another. And a bunch of them came out. Now, you may have heard of a couple of them. You may have heard of Tales of the Valiant. You know, Tales of the Valiant, Kobold Press's brand new game that is totally unique and in no way just Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. It's Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, everyone. I really hate to break it to you all. It's 5e. It is 5e with a new coat of paint. It is pretty much the exact same. It is, the best way to think about it, it is 5.5e. That's all it's trying to be. Even more than D&D's own 5.5e. They can claim that it's unique, it claims that it's different, it really isn't. Every single thing I've seen about it is we want to make 5e, but 5e-er. Okay. You also have the MCDM RPG. Also got announced around that time. This made $8 bajillion, of course. We won't be seeing this probably for about another year and a half, because it's a huge game and they made a shit ton of money and they probably don't give a shit about it. Bunch of money came out and everyone was like, wow, cool. And then people started reading more into it. And I'm like, oh, this definitely seems like a thing. This is definitely a thing, including Scary Skeleton Man. Why do you look like a skeleton? Stop it. Get away from me. You scare me. People, of course, already saying, you know, is it better than D&D when it's not out yet? But hey. And one of the other ones that came out was, of course, Daggerheart. This was supposed to be their brand new, totally unique game that came out, and it was supposed to be the one. This was by Darrington Press. That's going to replace Dungeons & Dragons for Critical Role. It's going to replace Dungeons & Dragons for Critical Role. This is important. Like, this is important to note. Hey, we are going to play, you know, like, this is going to be the new experience for Daggerheart. Everything is going, you know, hey, you want to watch Critical Role? That's awesome. We're instead going to be playing Daggerheart instead of Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. Please ignore our 5th edition source books. Please ignore us riding the Vox Machina money train that was exclusively 5e. Please ignore all that. Daggerheart's the new hotness. We love Daggerheart. Daggerheart. Clap, clap. But that brings us to today. Daggerheart has come out. Yep, you can, you technically speaking, right this moment, right now, you can go on their website. You can also go on TTRPG, and you can download right now, if it loads, because TTRPG's been a little bit slow today. You can download the Daggerheart open beta playtest right now. And this is the really, I've only briefly played it, but so far it feels like a Frankenstein game that pulls, you know, that half a dozen game systems, but doesn't really innovate or do anything brand new and unique. Doesn't know what kind of experience it wants to offer. Rules light narrative game or a crunchy game with meaty mechanical chronicles. Daggerheart is a hipster game that no one would play if Matt Mercer and co. weren't attached to it. Unfortunately, this game is impossible to play over the internet. You need cards, different colored dice, keep track of player action tokens, regaining armor, hope, fear all the time, which is the DM means. Oh, use demi-plane. You use your... Yeah, like, use the special VTTs. We'll talk about that a little bit. So far, people's opinions about this game seem to be fairly mixed. It definitely exists, but this is also exactly what happened with Candela Obscura. Because Candela Obscura, you know, you people first started looking into that really deep, and I remember even when it came out on beta, I immediately said, this is Blades in the Dark, but kind of a mediocre edition. Blades in the Cthulhu without really doing anything more unique. And lo and behold, what happens when the game comes out? Wow, it's Blades in the Cthulhu with absolutely doing nothing unique. Holy shit, it's astounding. We are really making, we're pogging out, everyone. We're doing it. But downloaded it, I read it, and we're going to go through it today. You, me, and everyone involved. So, I have to open up the folder here. Now, this is important because you get a huge fucking folder with everything in it. This is not a... So, first things first. Let's open up Start Here. Now, I need to make this abundantly clear. This is the March 12th, 2024 playtest. This is 1.2. The 1.2 beta can change. I'm not going to lie. Things can change. Things can change very drastically. In a week's time, they could rewrite a third of the game. In 2 months, the game could be completely different. Who knows? I don't know. That is something I want to say right here, right now. However, this is important. I want everyone to understand this. You present something like this with as much build-up, with as much work, with as much production value behind it, because the thing is, this game does have a lot of production value behind it. You need to make sure that it looked good. First impressions matter. And my first impressions of this game are not very good. Most of Notepad's games are really good if you port them over to 5e. Exactly. All of my ideas are fantastic if you just make them 5e versions. Every game is good if you make it a 5e version. Because 5e is as Noonie, I remember very distinctly, as Noonie once told me, as our good friend Noonie, no one once told me, if the thing is popular, therefore it must be good. And if we're not very popular, that means we're not good. So every popular thing must be good, objectively speaking. So, and now Noonie told me that I have to keep an open mind with Daggerheart, that I need to be positive with it, that, you know, if Spencer Stark shat on a plate and served it to me 2 times before, obviously the 3rd time he will shit out a diamond. Unfortunately, Spencer Stark has just shat blood this time on it, and it's very concerning, actually. Spencer, do you need help? I will help you. Like, call me if you need help. If you are shitting blood currently, like, do they have a gun to your head? Have they already plastered the fucking wall with, like, one of your loved ones to write this shit? Is this a cry for help? But here we go. But yeah, quick start, open beta, everything is here. One thing, folder for each class. It contains all the print materials. For GM, we have a folder just for you. This is very important. They want you to make sure that you know exactly what you're doing, because again, very little. So, to give you an idea, there are multiple PDFs in this. I can't really show you every single PDF. We'll go through it as appropriate, effectively. But yeah, there's quite a lot here. But I am going to be bringing someone aboard. We need help. Oh no, Theater Kid TTRPG. We need help. and I think we need to recruit someone who is powerful, who is strong, who can save the day. We're bringing in Chippy the Toad, everybody. Hello, Chippy. Yes, we're bringing in Chippy the Toad. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, why is this a 20 by 16 image? Because we have to make it this size. But let's start explaining things from the top a little bit. We've got a Manly. Hello, Manly. That's the toaster. Hello, Manly. So we need a cleric for this. Of course, we've got our adventuring party set up. We've got a cleric, we've got a rogue, and of course, we've got me, the hero. Play the hero, as one might say. So, let's just... We're just... Gun down, immediately in the gun down Manly. The cleric is dead, everybody. So, this is important. This is the first page you actually open up the playtest. Playtest 1.2. There's no cover or anything. This is the game is still in active development. There are parts not outright not written yet. Rulebook has not gone through an editor yet. This is very important. Balancing of adversaries still an exploratory phase. All art is subject to change. Updates sporadically during the open beta playtest cycle. Even though we are in beta, you can stream your games. Make sure the DPGL compliant content for the game. We only make sure they clear this project using Daggerheart Playtest. As the game's mechanics continue to evolve and don't want confusion, the final game comes out. Just keep in mind that you can't publish and or sell any Daggerheart related products quite yet. This is because we don't want your product to become unusable in the change we made. Once the game is published, this restriction will no longer be in place. There are many inspirations for this game. Hello, Bratty Toaster. There you go. And since you killed the Bratty Toaster too early, the Bratty Toaster is here. Congratulations, everyone. This is the curse you bring about our... Congratulations, Ironside. You have summoned Solid's Bratty Toaster. That Solid paid me 20 United States dollars to add. This is important. Solid paid me 20 actual United States dollars to bring this in. You shot. I'm sorry, like, you shot Bratty Toaster already. You killed him, but he was not summoned yet. You can't keep paying Notepad. That's not how it works. Why? No, why is she so smug? This is important. Because Solid's Bratty Toaster paid me 20 United States dollars to put it on here. But this is important. This is a beta game. I want to iterate this time and time again. This is a beta. This is a beta game that is for free, and you can download it right now, and they are only requiring people to tell people that this is a playtest. Cool. Let's go. So, there are no change logs, of course. Things can change, but I want to talk about this. So, lead game designer, Spencer. We already know Spencer, of course, but additional game designers: Rowan Hall, Matthew Mercer, Alec Tebslitz, Michael Underwood. Additional writing: Layla Adelman, Carlos Cisco, Felix Isaacs, if that name sounds familiar to Aaron Roberts, and Inigo Vargas. So let's senior RPG producer, junior RPG producer, additional production, archivist, development editor, art associate art director, playtest program coordinator. We actually talk about them in a bit. Various consultants going on, lead concept artists, cartographers. All of these different artists were brought into here. But let's talk about the Darrington Press team. Head of Darrington is Ivan Van Norman. Creative director is Travis Willingham. Chief operating officer, the COO is Ed Lopez. Senior vice president, Rachel Romero. Senior game designer, of course, is Spencer Stark. Game designer is Rowan Hall, not senior. Senior. Procurement director. All the various critical role employees to various degrees. And, of course, this game is built by a diverse team of various ethnicities, genders, faiths, sexualities, and identities. Credits will be continued to be updated. When someone says the game designer is Spencer Stark, this man is lying to you. This is a very important note. This is lying to you. All of these people are involved in some way. So let's talk about all of them. What, you think you really think we weren't going to talk about every single one of these people in graphic detail? Because I find it very funny, because it's really hard to tell. I think the thing is, it's hard to tell who is actually writing what. This is 9 different people involved in the creation of this. So we already know Spencer, but who is Rowan Hall? Now, Rowan Hall, of course, from the desk of Rowan Hall, game designer, RPG podcast writer, TTRPG streamer, and let's see, TTRPG stream contact, podcast production, game design, Candela Obscura, Darrington Press, and Candela Obscura. Okay, photographs, writing, Irish short films, Armenian short film. Oh, TTRPG streaming. She streams, really. That's a very important thing. She streams TTRPG stuff. Do we have any production things from Disc of Rowan Hall? Easy enough. Okay, let's go back in time a little bit. Rowan Hall, TTRPG. I want to learn more about you, Rowan Hall. I want to learn more about Rowan, who works at Critical Role. Obviously, there's got to be some more things here. Now, content manager, freelance game design. Let's see, lead game designer here. Again, she worked there for about 1.5 years before getting brought on full time as a game designer at Critical Role. She's getting paid a full thing. Pixel Circus, a couple other things. I believe. I think it. Not these guys. That's a completely different group. Let me just double check. Yeah, these are not with them. But Rowan Hall. Generally speaking, she's a podcast person from LA. Okay, nothing too exciting there. No, she's important. Matthew Mercer, we all know who Matthew Mercer is, accredited game designer who plays Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition and Pathfinder. Alex Teplitz. Obviously, we got to figure out who Alex Teplitz is. This is important. Now, what does Alex do? Pro GM, performer, and producer. Alex is missing. Oh. Confluence, Confluence RPG, making a horror LARP. Pathfinder, God of Metal Ragnarok, Sensitivity Consulting, Kids on Bikes 2nd edition, development copy, line editing, playtesting, credit story, and streamer update kit. The Vineyard RPG, writing and mechanical development. Okay, The Vineyard. This game has got this is a thing that a Black Flag partner. It's a Black Flag partner, everyone. So you want to know what that means? It's a 5e game. One More Multiverse. It's a 5e marketplace. All right. This is one of our people. This is Alex Trepitz, of course. Let's see. Did he actually block me? He did not block me. This is a new and exciting adventure. And oh, he's an editor at Hunter Entertainment. They make RPGs, of course. That's what he is. That's what his actual job is. But he's also a project assistant on Punch Goblin. He is also on Pixel Circus, but he's also on Totally Party Kids. And he's working on Darrington Press, of course. Again, nothing weird here. Michael Underwood. Let's do who are you, Michael Underwood? Michael. Yeah, that's Michael, all right. What is he? What is he? A pro GM, publishing survivor, writer, co-host. What books have you? Come on, give me some RPGs here. What have you worked on? Journal of Transformative Works. Oh, I mean, he's got a player GMing CV, a player CV. Oh no, bunch of books he's written. Attack of the Geek, Hexomancy. I was horrified for a minute that said Hexageddon, and I was going to be the funniest fucking crossover of all time. Yep. Have no fear. There's a bunch of stuff here. He apparently worked on it. What does this mean? I don't know. You see right here. Yep, game project revealed. Congratulations. Multi-month contract as a game designer on Daggerheart. What has he worked on? Absolutely nothing. Congratulations. Yeah, additional writing for I have no idea what he did here. It is very difficult. Short job of consulting. He's working on our own RPG project. No idea what's going on there. But again, we have to believe Noonie that he must be a qualified individual. Now, we're going to move to Carlos Cisco because Layla's a little bit interesting to talk about for a view differently. Carlos Cisco TTRPG. This is additional writing, obviously. Carlos Cisco. Oh, Star Trek Adventures, MCDM, Candela Obscura, WGA Lot Coordinator. He works with Brennan and Company. Yeah, he works with a couple different people. Yeah. Last writing for Daggerheart. What is writing for Daggerheart? This is always funny for me. Is it's like, what does writing for Daggerheart actually imply? Because, let's see. Felix Isaacs. We know Felix, fun fact. You want to know why we know Felix Isaacs? Because Felix Isaacs wrote Wild Sea. Yes, Wild Sea. He wrote this. Always fun to come to NoPen and stalk people online before looking at their games. Because there are 9 people here, Manly. This is the... I kind of want to, like, set this up. This is important. I want to set this up. Because there are 9 different writers, and we have no idea what they actually did. Because this game, Daggerheart is a little bit of a early result. Daggerheart is schizophrenic. For all the wrong reasons. So, Aaron Roberts. Aaron, what are you doing, Aaron Roberts? Speculative stitch into writing excuses. I mean, she's got to be doing something. I helped it. Consultants and writing hats on this one. Huh, wonder what happened here. Who knows? By the way, buy our 5e book. Buy the 5e book, everyone. So, okay, like, she's got to be working on something, right? You wouldn't just be here for no reason. Oh, a 5e book, a pastry book for 5e. Eugenio Vargas. Hello, Vargas. Oh! Eugenio Vargas. We've met you before. We've seen you a couple different times. You want to know how I've seen this man before? Huh. How peculiar. Oh, of course, we've got connections. Of course, everything goes there. Is he a podcaster, tabletop game designer? I mean, we've got to have something here, right? He's a tabletop game designer. I mean, this is an important thing that obviously we have to understand what he does. And, all right, good. DJ Idol Champions of the Forgotten Realms. Oh! Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! So, just want to kind of highlight something here. But also, we should talk about Layla. This is Layla. Hey, Layla. Hi, Layla Adelman. How do you do? You may be wondering, I've talked about this before. This seems a little odd. What happened here? How peculiar. It's eugenic Varg. The thing is with it, these are 9 different people that are pandatheists. Yes, pandatheist. Layla Adelman is pandatheist, who has done nothing, by the way. I have literally no idea what they have actually done outside of theory crafting the NSR, which has been a disaster for humanity. Now, There's something very peculiar, though. There's something very interesting and very strange, and I have no idea what the reason is behind it. Let's see, I believe it would be... It's one of those just strange things that is so... You look at it and you wonder what's going on. Because... why is everything so incestual? Yeah. If you notice here, April 21st, 2023, everything is illuminated. This is her talking about working on the illuminated world and in turn Candela Obscura. Year of our Lord 2024. What is removed? Hey everyone, do you see a post that's been removed? Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I have no idea what is going on here. I don't know what is... Something is up here. I don't know what it is. It might have been an NDA thing. It might have been any number of things. But they have removed the posts saying they worked on Illuminated Worlds. If you really look at other places, Layla Adelman doesn't really pop up at all. For various reasons, Pantheist doesn't pop up at all. There's probably a good reason for it. There might not be a good reason for it. I just thought it was very peculiar that she removed this post sometime. I don't know the exact date of when she would have removed this post. I mean, let's check Christmas. Like so this would be at Christmas. Christmas. Yeah, it's something is. Yeah, so before Christmas, she removed this post talking about her being on Illuminated Worlds. But what I want to kind of talk about with this is something I want to kind of muse about. These are people who do Dungeons and Dragons adjacent products, and streaming. These are our game designers. These are the people writing. Now, you may be saying, well, no, Pan, why do you always talk about game design this way? Why do you always talk about the people behind it? People can make completely unique, fascinating new things. And the answer is yes, they can. However, your previous experience is going to inform it. If you only do one thing, if you only make 5e content, saying that you want to make a space game is probably going to have you make something vaguely 5e-like. There's going to be some things there because that's all you've ever made, and that's something that influences. I do that. You can really tell you can trace the lineage of certain one of my games back. There's a reason why I stream everything, is it's like you can trace the lineage of some of my games back to some of those first ones I wrote. But these are all people who also know one another. These are also people who work together, and it's really difficult to see what any of this means. Lead game designer could mean Spencer took a pencil, and wrote down 2D12. And that was the extent of his contribution to this entire game project. He could have written every single word on this, and every additional game designer was spitballing ideas on a Discord channel. We don't know. It is impossible to tell with these things. But when I say that this is a very expensive and very high production game, Spencer Stark, Rowan Hall, Matthew Mercer, Alex Teplitz, Michael Underwood, Leila Adelman, Carlos Casisco, Felix Isaacs, Aaron Roberts, Eugenio Vargas. All of these people were paid. Matthew Mercer belongs to the Critical Role cast. Rowan Hall is a literal employee now an employee of Darrington Press. Spencer Stark is on payroll. Those guys are on payroll. They get paid a salary. All these other people are getting paid money. This is not a cheap game. This is something that is very expensive. And all this artwork isn't free. None of this is AI stuff, even though sometimes it maybe would have been better if it was. But let's get into it. We are 40 minutes into this nightmare. Let's start talking shop. As you can see, graphic design is my passion. We are very basic. We are incredibly basic. This is a very, very early playtest. Way earlier than I thought. Because I was given early access to a bunch of stuff. They gave it to me about a week before everything came out. And this was... I'm like, this is very early. It's very expensive, but very early. And that's very strange to me. Because I have no idea why. So, welcome to Daggerheart. What is a tabletop role-playing game? What kind of role-playing game is Daggerheart? Now, this is a line that's going to really kind of hurt people. Daggerheart is a heroic, narrative-focused experience with combat as a prominent aspect of play, facilitating emotionally engaging, player-driven campaigns that are punctuated by exciting battles and harrowing challenges. The game is rules light, but it's also complex in some aspects. Asking good faith with one to tell the best story. Right, structure when it's unclear how things might resolve in that story. System is free-flowing approach to combat to avoid stopping the game down into rounds. And it's not grid-based movement for maps, of course not, but there are still maps, which you might need, which you will most likely need. Probably almost essentially. Because again, we're creating a game that utilizes the kind of terrain and map building that miniature games are known for, while making Daggerheart streamlined, approachable, and focused on delivering a great narrative experience. This is the kind of schizophrenia that Daggerheart is. Actually, experience. I'm going to personalities for the game can color the game too much. Probably would be better to look at the game as and search creators and go, oh, so that's reminding me of X success and what. Yeah, it's always interesting to kind of look, be like, what have you done? Like, this is kind of interesting, but sometimes you find some people who are like, oh, you've worked on a dozen different games, like you've worked exclusively on World of Darkness stuff, and now you've made this that is vaguely World of Darkness. That's like, oh, I see where you're coming from. Oh, I see. Because the thing is, what I wanted to bring there, Manly, is that all of these people are streamers. These are all actual play people. Because I want everyone to be reminded. Who is making Daggerheart? Darrington Press, and it's going to replace Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition for Critical Role, an actual play podcast. This is a very unique thing. As we go through everything, I want you all to sit down and think. Even if you're watching at home, I want you to think about this of, is this a game for you and me, or is this a game for people on an actual play podcast? Because that is a very different beast. Personally speaking, I think that is a completely different beast. And that's a really interesting thing to think about. Was this designed to be played by normal, regular people, or was this designed to be played only on actual play podcasts to sell merchandise? I don't know. I really do not know. And it's hard. But yeah, it's like, doesn't have the crunchy bits they're used to, highly strategic, rules-heavy experience. From very rules-light, you may find that can engage in areas they're more free-form approach. This is it's a very strange game, and asymmetrical design. What does this mean for asymmetrical design? I'm going to explain the core mechanic for you right now. So, what you're going to do is you're going to take 2d12s. One of them is going to be your hope die, and one of them is going to be your fear die. Your hope die is good, your fear die is also good. And anytime you need to make a check, the GM is going to say, target number 10. I have rolled an 11 with hope, though, because my hope die was higher than my fear die. That means something good has happened. I've succeeded at the check, and something, we're making progress. However, let's say, for example, it was reversed. 9 on my fear, 2 on my hope. I still succeed, because I beat 10. However, I rolled with fear, and now something not as good happened. We're going to get more of why this is a really fucking terrible system, and I hate everyone involved in it, a little bit later. but the GM is only going to roll a d20. Now, if we do the math here, roughly speaking, effectively GM is just rolling a d20, pretty much 5% across the board. It's GM, but like players are going to have the 2d12 on average. On average, if we're just taking it, you're going to average out about 12. Players are going to roll consistently better than the GM. But again, there's some... This is a very simplistic way of wording this, and there's a lot more stuff that goes into that system that I do not like. And I'm going to explain in graphic fucking detail why I don't like it. So, but let's talk about touchstones. I find touchstones very funny. Very funny. Because this is important, because this is what they say, like, this is what they are citing. So let's TRPGs. 13th Age. I like 13th Age. Pretty good game. Has some good ideas. Never really... Apocalypse Keys, Apocalypse World, Blades in the Dark, City of Mist. Oh yeah, before I get to this, this is also important because even our resident schizophrenic Wuso didn't notice this right off the bat. If we go to additional graphic design, John Harper is in here. Yeah, John Harper, the guy who made Blades in the fucking Dark, also worked on this game as a additional graphic designer. I know you. I know you. All the same people. Always such a small community. But yeah. Already a little bit weird. Alright. Cortex Prime. Alright. Cypher system gets mentioned in here. Not Dishonored the roleplay. Yeah, Dishonored the video game. Dishonored the tabletop role-playing game. This is important. It's Dishonored, the tabletop role-playing game, consistently cited to be probably the worst 2D20 game. I haven't gone over it myself. I've heard nothing but bad things about it. Dungeons & Dragons, of course. Flea Mortals, which I thought was a 5e supplement. For the Queen. That's their own game. Genesis, of course. Lady Blackbird, which we will prove that's... I can tell you one thing. That's Lady Blackbird, not the from the Wild Blue Yonder. Again, another funny little thing, because Wild Blue Yonder is the full series, and people only remember Lady Blackbird, because Lady Blackbird is the only game that exists in that series. Don't know, yeah, it's for people who love critical, buy and won't play it ever. Many such cases. No, I buy more than I actually play. Also, hello, rolling low. Rolled low. I would usually get something to add on the games I run. Sometimes it's a mechanic, others it's an idea, but I pick something up. Here, as we're going through this, I want to make sure that you understand there are things in here which are good ideas, but it's like every good idea in this game is immediately just like fucking kneecapped. Just kneecapped with a sawn-off shotgun, leg blown off by something else immediately afterwards. It's really interesting. But let's keep going. Again, we got math, we got Pathfinder, not Pathfinder 2. Shadowrun gets mentioned for some reason. The Quiet Year gets mentioned. Wildthy and Slug Blaster. Alright, kind of a weird assortment of games. But books. A Song of Ice and Fire. Earthsea, Wheel of Time, Lord of the Rings. Alright, but A Song of Ice and Fire? This is getting mentioned here? Why? Why? Did you read A Song of Ice and Fire for the dragons? I don't... Movies and television were funny. Dragon Prince. I couldn't watch the Dragon Prince. I couldn't do it. Lord of the Rings, alright. Specifically, not the book Witcher, not the comics Witcher or the game Witcher, specifically the television show Witcher. I can only assume it's the Henry Cavill version. And then The Legend of Vox Machina. I find that weird, by the way, that you're just like, yes, of course we're going to draw inspiration from ourselves. I'm like, that's... Really? Game of Thrones universe is very cool. My brother in Christ, you're looking at the person who fucking went too deep into Ice and Fire when he was younger. I went too deep into it. I know too much. It's a curse. It is I wrote Song of Ice and Fire role playing 2nd edition, baby. I am cursed with this knowledge. Game of Thrones is popular and therefore bad. Not really. It's just it's a weird addition to this this lineup. But then video games. These are the cursed one. Borderlands. What? Borderlands? Why Borderlands? It's such a... Specifically Dragon Age, not just Dragon Age, not the Dragon Age series, Dragon Age Inquisition, Outriders, and Elder Scrolls. No, Pat, I must know. Who was the thing that injured Valerian in ancient Valeria? Fuck, it was... Shit, I can't remember. It was like a white... It was a proto-White Walker. I remember that. It was something stupid. Lands of Borders. Yeah, it's one of those weird things that, like, these are the citations for, like, video games. I'm just like, why all of these? And, you know, they cite of it. Like, 13th Age, good. I like 13th Age. 13th Age is pretty good. Wild Seas, Phenomenal Reaches section. And, of course... Dungeons & Dragons 4th Edition. Because always remember, everyone, Dungeons & Dragons 4th Edition is the game everybody wants to actually play. Apocalypse keys, advantage and disadvantage. Weirdly enough, the advantage and disadvantage system Daggerheart uses is not from D&D. This is a very important thing. They purposefully omitted what it actually is from. It's very funny. What's the heart of the game? You talk to people, you're rolling your dice. No winning and losing. Most important rule, be a fan, spotlight allies, hold on gently, bunch of different things. There is actually no setting for this. Daggerheart does not have a setting. You have to generate a campaign world collaboratively at your table. Alright, a little weird, but okay. But generally speaking, mortal realms, heaven, oh fuck, magic. In short, to make things really easy, Faerun, the Forgotten Realms, Heaven, Hell, the entirety of Planescape. So, there is magic. What does magic do? It just is magic. Flavoring your game, because this is important. Every single thing about this game is flavor. You need to flavor everything. This is a weird thing to me anyway. It's going to inform some of my critiques. I just want you to know this game is literally saying, please bring your own, seasoning to this meal, because we are not going to season anything. And I don't know if this is just a playtest thing. I don't know if this is like a design intention, but there is very little flavor to anything. It's a very rigid game in that regard. But 2 to 5 players, a game master, of course, game dice, beautiful set. Generally speaking, you're going to need 2 d12s for everyone. That's going to be a little bit weird, but not too weird. Then we have character tokens. Now, this is one of those other weird bits that makes sense why they exist, but it's just weird the way they word it. Effectively, everyone needs a certain number of little tokens to represent who they are. This is not necessarily like get a little standee with your character art on it for moving around the map. They can be, but they are just things that you can put in because you're going to need to put in tokens to do things. And sometimes it's going to be a bonus, sometimes it's going to be a problem. It's just like, hey, help count modifiers, which is stupid. Whenever you make an action roll, you put one on the action tracker, which is really dumb. And then place tokens on it. There's a lot of these things when it comes to tokens. It's a really simple thing. Just give everyone coins. You can make it really complicated if you want, and then someone's going to sell you it to make it look really nice for everything. Yes, looter shooter solo MMO memed RPG is from TRPG as possible. The High Noon Man is very cool. That's all you need to know. High Noon Man. White people don't season they fiction first. Exactly. You know, season your fiction. This ain't how it works. So, not only make rules easier and actions easier to resolve. Now, along with this rule book, you'll need cards. You need cards. And I want to say this real fast before I say anything. Noonie, fuck you. I will never listen to anything you say. You're like, oh, they're going to be little reference cards. Fuck you. Fuck you. You need the cards. You must need every single card that comes with you. This is kind of an important thing. You'll see here on my very large character sheet. These are actual physical cards that you will have and you will need to put in by your character. Because if you notice on the character sheets, again, I don't know if this is just a early character sheet or what, you cannot write in any information about your race. There's no place for you to write in any information like this or any of your ability information. Because these are cards that you must have on your sheet down, and then you put cards by it. This is that's just a 3D print the cards. D3 print the cards. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're gonna have to, print those. Will the government ever pay for their sins? Probably. Hey, that new A24 movie finally came out. Again, character sheets and notes. One thing to note about character sheets as well. Let me open up player materials. Every single character sheet in the playtest is fucking bonkers. I'm gonna open up the wizard first. This is 19 pages. Now, mind you, a lot, like most of them, it's like, here's this, here's this. The actual character sheet is 2 pages. This is for every sheet is 2 pages, unless you're playing a ranger, which you need a 3rd sheet. But here's all the equipment. This is every single piece of equipment in the game, by the way. Most of them, anyway. Here's how you play, and then here are all of the cards you are meant to print out and cut out, and all of these are slightly different, and all of them are scaled to level. So just keep that in mind. Whoops. But, optional maps and miniatures. Do you need a map for this game? I would say you do. I would say. Table for all games. Always make sure it's games for everyone. Make sure you use all our bondage tools. Lanes, Lines, and Veils, built by Ron Edwards, because we have brain damage, of course. We also have the X card. God bless the X card. The open door policy. And everything else you really need to know. So, prepare for adventure. So, we need to make some characters. So, what do we actually need to do? Well, let's have session 0. Because session 0 is an actual built-in thing that is very important for us to do. So, we record our level, which is going to be 1, record all our character details, and then we need to choose our class. So, each class is an archetype. Archetype for that character, determine what ability they have access to throughout the campaign. Your class is very rigid. This is Chippy. Chippy is playing a warrior. If you notice here, he is Blade and Bone. Now, because he is Blade and Bone, those are things that he has. Those are trait abilities he has. And this might seem a little bit light, and the answer is, yeah, it is pretty light. Most things for your character's class have to be built into their very personal character sheet. Because if we look down here, see warrior, and then let me open up, let's say the rogue. This is a completely different one. This is the rogue. We go down here. The rogue's evasion is a lot higher, and he has his hit point stress things are different. It does make sure that we know what's the actual way of building them. Their various class features, how their gold functions. We'll get to all of that later, but generally speaking, know that each of these are I hesitate to call them playbooks. Are the cards actually required? Yes. I would say the cards are effectively required. Yeah, that's one of the problems. It is And they're required for a very specific mechanic. A very specific, very fucking weird mechanic. And that very specific, very weird mechanic we will get to when we start talking about how the cards work. But yeah, so every class is an archetype, determine what abilities they get. Every single thing, you know, begins with a class feature or several. You don't have to write this down. It's already provided in the bottom left of the character sheet. Everything is already handed to you. You don't need to write anything down. Very easy. And of course, we have our various classes. We have the Bard, the Druid, the Guardian, the Ranger, the Seraph, which is a Paladin, by the way, the Rogue, the Sorcerer, the Warrior, and the Wizard. Ah. Oh. Now, these are all of your subclasses. And if we look at Chippy here, Chippy has his subclass. He chose to become a Call of the Slayer. Now, that is his thing. Again, we'll talk about it a little bit more, but that's kind of the basic premise of it. You choose a class, you write in all the information you need, easy peasy. But again, remember, we can't diversify things too much because we still have to play D&D, remember? And sorcerers have to play a very certain way. Are there any, like, weird classes in this? No, there are no weird classes. I'm like, okay, that's kind of a letdown a little bit. Like, all right, you didn't play with that. Now we get to all our ancestries. Now, these are all the ancestries. We'll learn about that in ancestry second. And then we choose our community, because none of these ancestries actually have anything too specific about them. They instead are tied to their communities. For example, Chippy is a ribbit because he's a frogman. He's a seaborn ribbit. That is all he is. Now, I want to muse on that later. Again, we're kind of going through. Nobody has any languages in this game. Everyone speaks the exact same language at all times. Everyone speaks the exact common tongue, because I know in fantasy, among various different groups and ethnicities, everyone speaks the exact same English language of English. Everyone speaks Californian English. I can only assume that's what they expect. My favorite fantasy creature is the Californian. So in Daggerheart, it's assigned character traits. Everyone has the same character traits to begin with. You have a 2, 1, 1, you have a 2, 1, 1, 0, 0, -1. This is Chippy. Everyone's got his very basic abilities here. One thing I do like is that they do give you an idea that these are really the only modifiers you need to worry about. There's no skills or anything like that directly. But Chippy wants to make a charm. He wants to charm someone. He's going to roll with presence. Hey, he wants to lift something up. He's going to roll with strength. This isn't a bad idea. I don't hate this. This is not a bad idea or something weird like that. It works fine. Weird, but fine. On the other hand, again, some of them feel a little bit weird when it comes to things like agility or finesse. That could kind of throw some people off. And if you also notice, there's knowledge, but sometimes you want to do instinct for it. Every class has the ability you need to take, because we can't be too unique. Yeah, 2, 1, 1, 0, -1. This is important when you're choosing weapons. If you want to be a fighty class, you will put your 2 in strength or agility. If you are playing a very specific fighty class, you will put it in finesse. If you are playing a rogue and you want to play a troubadour, you put it 2 in your presence. That is it. It's very rigid, but you already know what you're doing with it. Again, your evasion is your 2 hit. This is your AC. In any other world, this would be your AC, but it is not your AC. This is important. Effectively, I want to hit Chippy. I want to hit Chippy with a weapon. I need to roll my d20 and beat 9. I rolled a 14. I would have hit Chippy. We'll get to how armor works later. But again, that's the basic idea. Everyone has slightly different ACs. If we go to, I believe the wizard has the lowest starting evasion at 8. Check the No, I think it's the Seraph that has a really low evasion. Yeah, the Seraph gets hit. The Paladin, mind you, gets hit on a 7 or higher. Because the Seraph is supposed to get hit. That's the entire point. Because he is a tank. Start at 12, obviously. Then we have, again, your abilities don't really modify this. Other things modify evasion. You don't modify evasion. I have +2 agility. Doesn't matter. You have this amount of evasion depending on your class. Then we have hit points and stress. This is a little bit weird, so I'm going to explain this the best I can. So, hit points. You have, starting out, 6 HP. Well, fighter does. You have 6 HP. You are hit with an attack. Okay, I have hit you, and I've done 10 damage. Oh no, I'm going to die immediately. No. You have these hit points thresholds. So if I've rolled and I deal 10 damage to you, you would say, okay, I'm going to mark 2 HP, because that's my major wound threshold. I go bump, bump, and I would mark out 2 of my HP. Okay. If I hit you for 16 damage, it's severe now. Mark 3. 1, 2, 3. I've hit you for 2 damage. You wouldn't mark any HP, you would mark stress, but you can use stress to do other things. Stress is your mental health, HP is your physical health. Got it? Cool. Stress is a meta currency. This is important. Stress is a meta currency. You're going to be using this repeatedly, doing anything. So we've kind of got how this works. This is one of those first times I'm going to say, good idea, terrible execution. Because the basic premise here is kind of this weird, like, and we're going to see this throughout. This is just 2 steps to get the same thing. Mostly when we start getting into our armor functions, and I want to do like what a full potential attack might look like. You know, hit points and stress, obviously. Now we get to hope and fear. So, roll with hope. Good things happen. Awesome. Roll with fear. Bad things happen. Now, but there's a catch. You roll with hope. You're going to mark to increase hope. Cool, we're going to mark to increase hope. You roll with fear, you would hand the GM a fear token. Every single roll you make is now generating a meta currency for either a new meta currency for either you or the GM. That is why I hate the duality system. I do not like the duality die because of that reason. We're abusing meta currency. And the thing is, you have to use these meta currencies too. These are a very active use one. But hope is not stress. These are 2 separate currencies for you to manage. 2 completely separate things to worry about. Why? Fuck you. That's why. Fear does completely different things in different contexts. GM, get ready to gamble with that. I want even more meta currency. Till do I have a game for you? Woohoo! Then we choose our very basic starting equipment. Starting equipment is... I don't hate the idea behind the starting equipment. So here's our... This is like basic starting. You get a primary and you get a secondary. If you're a magical person, you can use a magical weapon. It does mag damage or it does physical damage. Easy enough to understand. Okay? Easy enough. None of these are super interesting. Longsword. Longsword does technically less damage than a short sword. And, oh, +1 to attack rolls with this weapon. Dog shit. Don't take it. Unless you are really desperate or you have really bad agility. Unless you are consistently wanting to hit and you have something to actually help you with that. Just understand that. Because, again, longsword's a 2-handed weapon. Yeah, you want to take a longsword to take this. Just take a great sword at that point. That's if you want to gimp yourself. You want to gimp yourself, take a saber instead. Because, welcome to secondary weapon. Now, You might be thinking like, oh, well, what do these secondary damn weapons do? If you take a saber, for example, take a dagger, because you've paired it and you get to do bonus damage. Even better, take a short sword. Take a short sword and a dagger and you'll be doing fine. Because guess what? That's what we do. Hey, you can take a whip with it. I like the idea of this, of you can kind of have anything in either hand, and that's how it works. Hey, you have a short sword in one hand and a dagger in the other. You're paired, you're finesse, you can start attacking people differently. I have a short sword in one hand, a short sword in the other. Cool, I can do that. Long I have a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. Cool, fine, works fine. It's just kind of getting there because it's like, oh, it's you have a grappler thing, you have a whip crack. Yeah, because this is what it means by like you can mark stress to scatter enemies in melee back to close range. You can't. I don't want a great sword. I want to be Geralt from Henry Cavill's show. Yeah, we're seeing it. We're seeing it. And then we have our 4 different kinds of starting armor. Leather armor, you can be a leather man, breastplate, chain, or full plate. Armor is weird. So kind of talk about what your basic ones are. So, using armor, choose other inventory items. Most of them are going to have like very basic things. Chippy, of course, chose his starting items. He took a stamina potion, and he chose the drawing of a lover. These don't do anything. It says, oh, well, here's suggested armor. You don't have to listen to it. You can just do whatever you feel like with it. That's the funny part. So, create our background. So, you fill out some information. Then were our experiences. Cool idea. You fucked it up, though. Effectively, every single character has 2 experiences, and you can add these to anything that is appropriate. Hey, because Chippy is a deep frying master, he's doing some cooking, he can add a +1 to his roll. Cool, this is fine. Oh, because he's a glorious gladiatorial duelist, he can add a +2 to his roll. Cool, this is important. There's a catch though. You want to activate an experience, you have to spend hope. You have to spend a meta currency to use your experience to get a bonus of a +2 or a +1, but they do increase. And they tell you like, oh, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, and this might be good, this might not be good. I'm like, oh. Then we choose our domain cards. Okay, let's talk domains. Are the core building block of a class. Effectively, every single class has these 2 domains, blade and bone. Those are our basic abilities. So we need to choose these cards. Now, each domain has a domain deck, which contains all the abilities and spells with a central theme or focus. Cool, each class has 2 of these. Rogue is Midnight and Grace, Druid is Sage and Arcana, Warrior is Blade and Bone. Easy. You're going to look at all of the level 1 cards in your 2 domains and choose 2 at the beginning of the game. You might choose 1, you might choose 2. You just get 2 of them though. Congratulations, you choose another one every time you gain a level. Now, you might get different abilities here. Oh, players, same domain. You're encouraged to coordinate with them and choose different cards from that domain deck, even if your group has multiple copies. Gives everyone a chance to shine with their own special abilities. This is one of those things what I mean by you need to have cards. Because the game outright knows that you might not have cards for everyone, and you're encouraged to mix and match the cards. Hey, I want to choose this card, but you also want to choose this card. We would approach the GM and say, hey, we both want this card. Can we both have this card? And they would make the call of whether or not we can make the exception. Because the game doesn't assume that you're going to do that. You should make different cards. You have to make sure you pick the right special word. Yeah. And even if it was like the idea that you had to make your own class, Here's the thing, you want to make this interesting, you can make your own class by taking the 2 keywords there and making your own. Boom, done. You want to be a Midnight Blade? Cool, awesome. You want to be a fucking Protector, Arcana Blade? Awesome, boom, done. Boom, million ideas. We make some connections are useful, then you can build higher level characters later. This is a very basic character. So, these are the domains. Arcana, Blade, Bone, Codex, Grace, Midnight, Sage, Splendor, Valor. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit, Character creation levels up, you create domain cards. Okay, level and domain. Top left corner, when you get a chance in domain cards, you can choose one that level higher than your own. You will be actively shifting out cards, eventually. But you also have the recall cost. Top right of the card is the number to a lightning bolt symbol. This is the recall cost. Once you hit level 5, you have more cards than you have space in your loadout. Because you can only have 5 cards in your loadout at any time. You can have 5 cool abilities at any time. But let's say, for example, you have 6. Well, you can't use that 6th one. That gets put in your vault. But you're like, oh no, I need to use, I see it coming. I need to use this. And you would take out that card, you would pay 1 stress, replace one of your own cards in your loadout, and place the other one back in your vault. Because I hate to break it to you all, Daggerheart is a roguelike card builder, deck builder. I'm so sorry, everyone. Yeah. Again, you need to use the domain cards. You have to use the cards. Oh, but I don't need to use cards, they're just references, Notepad. They're not. Get ready for hand management. There's some... Fuck yeah, deck builders are cool. But that's the problem, Ethical. They go about as far as you can do deck building things, but it's lame. Because they don't double down on it. They double down on nothing. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I hate it. Fucking despise it. Because there's a lot of abilities that play into... How do I want to do this? You have abilities that play into others with the recall thing. It's like, okay, make sure you have hands. That, and you have some which is, as long as this is in your loadout. This isn't like, oh, it's an encounter ability. It's an it's an active. No, it is a... Because it is in one of your 5 slots. When it's because it's in your hand, you would now play the game correctly. It's like, oh boy. Exhaustion limits. Effectively, sometimes you can only use a card a certain number of times. Sometimes there are things you have to do. You have to tap the card to make it do something correctly. Chippy, for example, has these 2 cards. He's got Retaliation. Whenever I take damage from a creature, I can mark one of my good boy points to immediately deal damage. And have proficiency, which would be 1. Not good enough. Whenever you roll damage die, you can reroll any 1s or 2s. Because I have that in my loadout, I can do that. Now, this is also, you may say reroll any 1s or 2s. We'll get to that in a minute. It's a little bit weird. Now, mind you, your foundation cards will just get subbed out repeatedly. These cards do not get subbed out, as far as I know. But you may want to, because you may want to optimize and make them better. But yeah, I don't like the idea of loadouts and like, oh, the vaults and things. The idea of just swapping cards out mid-combat and mid-ability or mid-things is also just weird. And it's like, oh, well, we have to move cards into the vault, and it's like, oh. It's like after level about 5, I could see that being annoying. But yeah, so here's our basic classes. So, Bard. They are bards. What do you actually fucking expect? They're bards. They get their shit rocked in by literally everything. Their big thing is, at the beginning of the session, we place a d6 on your character sheet with a lower number one facing up. Anytime people roll with fear, you increase the die value. That's it. And you rally the party and give everyone d6 rally die, which is actually how advantage works in this game. Bard subclasses, congratulations, you get magic. If you play a wordsmith, you get some of these various bases. Now, again, one of the ideas is that every time you hit a certain threshold, you level up your subclass. It goes from foundation to specialization to mastery. Easy. Foundation, specialization, mastery. Foundation, specialization, mastery. This is how leveling up actually works. I'll use Chippy for an example because it's a little bit easier. Hello, Chippy. Effectively, anytime you level up, anytime you level up, you will mark one of these boxes. You mark 2 available. So let's say, for example, I can say, cool, I want to slot this. I want to hit this, and I want to hit this. So I would go over here, I would increase my HP box by 1, and I would increase my experiences up. That's all XP, that's all leveling up does. I don't hate this system. A little bit weird. Not the hugest fan of it. I understand why people would enjoy it though. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So generally speaking, you won't be able to get all of them. You won't be able to get all of them at once, but generally speaking, you know which ones you're probably going to get any way we look at it. Then level 5, you see kind of the exact same things. There are more detailed ones, like, oh, hey, you get to increase your thresholds up a little bit more, you get some bonus damage, you can multi-class if you want. And then we go in here, take the upgraded class, subclass card. That's kind of the idea, is very, I wouldn't say it's non-linear, but it's you can kind of increase things up a little bit however you want. I don't hate this system. Druids. Hey, you can involve nature at will. It's just a cantrip, effectively. Because they don't have cantrips in this game. I want to know why my guy is retarded and forgets how to do stuff to do other stuff. It doesn't matter. Sorry, Ironside. We're playing 4E now, because 4E was the only game anyone ever wanted to play. Because remember, everyone, D&D is the most popular game of all time, therefore it is the best game of all time, and every other game simply is a lesser version of that game. That is what I've learned. Thanks, Noonie. Generally speaking, though, there's no cantrips in this game. There's no, like, overt spell list. I thought that was a really weird omission. It's a weird thing when it's like, yeah, you can't perform like a basic cantrip. You can't do things like that little magic. And they actively say you can't. I'm like, all right, that's definitely a reason. It's definitely a reason why that occurs. Okay, fine. Yeah. Druids get another character sheet. Congratulations, you get a magical creature equal to or lower to your level. Elements. You get embody elemental spear from the list below, and you get bonus damage. Specialization, mastery, renewal. Congratulations. After spending a few minutes resting within that space, you can clear stress equal to your instinct trait. Oh boy. And you can spend your meta currency to heal HP, because there are no good healing spells in this game. Because they can't give you healing spells, because HP is so low, so no one gets healing spells. Unless you, of course, build up your meta currency. Build up your meta currency, just roll the dice more often, and then fail, because you've given the GM a billion fear, and they can just, well, kill you. That's cool. Guardian. Guardians are... One weird thing that I've noticed about this game is that they have, like, broken down ideas. It's like, it's not a fighter anymore. You have a guardian and a warrior. Because guardians are more like your armored up guys, while your warriors are more like your barbarians. This is why I say there's like, it's very uncreative in some aspects. Yeah. Oh, the unstoppable, again, once per long rest, place it on your character sheet or in the designated section of your class features, because again, we got a very, very tactile game, very clicky game. Which, again, playing this on a VTT in certain contexts would be annoying. I will say this though, playing this game with a very dedicated Foundry VTT would be amazing, because it will automate all this shit for you. Yeah, starting with die highest value facing up. When unstoppable, you get resistance, physical damage, additional die. Fear is a cool concept because it can provide an effective limit on player rerolling stuff. Fear is a cool concept, but the unfortunate reality is that it is another fucking meta currency in this game. That's why I don't like it. I don't like meta currencies. I do not like GM meta currencies. Never have, never will. Never enjoyed it. You may say, no, Ped, why do you dislike GM meta currencies? Because GM meta currencies create an economy of where you want to build up your own points to do things. It is no longer the GM, it's the GM having to look thing being like, okay, I cannot challenge you now because I don't have enough good boy points to fuck you over. Never been a fan of it. I don't... Ugh. What fear can do in this game is very limited, relatively speaking. Stalwart, generally speaking, raise all your damage thresholds by 2, which is insane. Marking armor slot, you can spend hope to reduce damage by your armor score. Yeah, because that's what armor does. Oh boy. Yeah, they broke things up a little bit. So rangers get their own special animal. They get an animal companion if they choose that particular class. Generally speaking, on success, you temporarily have focus on the target. Directional land, they get a bunch of damage bonuses. There are some classes that feel a lot more interesting than others. Rogue is kind of lame, because Rogue is just a rogue. Ranger is just, like, there are very basic classes. And it's like, that's cool. Seraphs are kind of weird, because Seraphs are effectively, God. Seraphs are paladins, but taking to the logical extreme of that they are literally imbued with sacred purpose, otherwise known as you can finally stat Jesus Christ in Daggerheart. Thank you, world. I always needed to stat Jesus. Now, gotta see here, Sigil of your God, roll D4 dice equal to your spellcasting trait. Store them in the right. You can exhaust them at any time to use their value and reduce oncoming damage. Make sure you do that, of course. If you don't do that, of course, you have to do some other thing if you wing Sentinel. Of course, you can also just fly. Yeah, you can fly at level 1 if you want. Light. That's not weird. Being able to fly is a little bit, divine wielder, of course. What does the rogues get? Well, the rogues have the ability to hide better. You have the ability to fucking fly. It's Angel Summoner and the BMX Bandit, as one might know. Yeah, so, sorcerers, Arcane Sense, Minor Illusion, make a spell castle, channel raw power. Yeah, level 5, sorcerers pick off, because guess what? You can just immediately use domain cards and sub things out and get superpowers. Because guess what domain cards are? You're right. Domain cards are actually spells in this game. Because if we go to the Sorcerer, for example, open up the Sorcerer. So, if we want to use a spell, for example, these are what we're actually doing. These are our spells. This is one of those things where I talk about, like, spells feel really weird. and magic in general feels weird. It's like, oh, you're all magical, but make sure you have a proper loadout for everything, because if you don't have your proper loadout for things, you lose the ability to cast magic. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's cool. That's neat. Let's remove things, because again, I know, you know, we all know, they're going to sell you card packs for this. Yeah, they're going to sell you card packs for this. This is the entire point. That's what they're going to do. But I don't. But they won't do that, Notepad. They won't do that. The Critical Role loves us. Fuck you. No, they're gonna sell you card packs. They're gonna sell it. They're gonna nickel and dime you for every fucking anything you have for this, because that's what this is supposed to be. Come on, buy. Don't you want it? This is what you always want. Because this is everything you've always wanted. Fucking knew it. I fucking knew. So again, we're kind of going through this, severe threshold, mastery, elemental forms, and all that. Getting from 2 to 10. The thing is, you level up when the GM feels you've accomplished something. You can get the level 10 in 10 sessions if you really want, because the GM will just level you up every session. The GM can also say you will not level up for 3-4 sessions at a time. It's hard to get a really tangible goal when it comes to these things. And again, that's not just that's kind of the issue with milestones in general, where it's like, oh, congratulations, you will level up when I say you have leveled up, kind of thing. And that's a little bit like, oh, hopefully we had something a little bit more going on that, like, hey, guess I'll just be at level this. And the fact there's only 10 levels is also like, some levels are going to feel a lot less good than others. Let's just say that. Warrior, of course, warriors hit people really hard. They get a bunch of things like this. They can ignore burden when equipping weapons. They get 2 abilities, but they also get battle strategist. Of course, when you roll physically hinder a creature that isn't a weapon attack, you could spend hope to have an advantage. Once text, you can choose to deal 1d8 physical damage to the target. Yeah, you can just do damage sometimes. You just do damage, like, oh, I want to trip someone, I want to grapple someone. These don't do anything, you just deal damage, unless you narratively decide they do. That's the question. Do you want to do the narrative decision to do that? More Slayer die. Kind of the idea with Chippy's Slayer die, for example. So, anytime we roll with hope, instead of adding hope die, you can instead add a d6 Slayer die to this card instead. You can store a number of d6 Slayer die equal to their proficiency and pick up any number of these die and roll them when making a weapon attack or damage roll to add their value to the total. Discard any you use this way. At the end of the session, clear your remaining Slayer dice and gain that much hope. So, effectively, anytime I roll my 2d12 and I score a good boy point, I got my meta currency back, I can say, no, I'm not adding my meta currency, I'm instead spending it on my Slayer to add that. So, congratulations, you are now encouraged to roll 8 jillion times for everything, because, yeah, the GM gets a lot of fear. On the other hand, I get a bunch of Slayer dice, but it also doesn't really... When you first start out, you should never do this, because you have 1 proficiency, and you get 1d6, so you do it once, and do d6 extra damage. Woo! So, wizard. I got told wizards are very powerful, so let's dedicate their lives to the mastery. Class works with the common goal of collecting magical knowledge. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can perform harmless, subtle magic effects at will. Examples might include changing an object's color, creating a small sliding cam. So they actually get real magic, I understand. Choose a number between 1 and 12. Anytime you roll that number on a duality die, gain hope and clear stress. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's stupid. That's really dumb. Because you just choose a random number and it's just like on a duality die, so you pretty much have 2 chances to get that, which allows you to clear stress way more actively. You spend a hope and ask the GM. Let's see. You may mark stress instead of spending hope for using experience on a roll. So you can mark one. Congratulations, everyone. You have the privilege of marking one meta currency off instead of marking another meta currency off. Woo! Let's see. Oh, wow. This is fucking dumb. When you make a successful attack roll with fear, you deal an extra d6 magic damage, which can be a lot of damage, by the way. Oh, gee. Okay, so we've successfully gone through every single class because of Codex, not because of their inherent class ability. Bards are strong too. What does Codex do? Let's take a look at Codex. Codex can't be that strong, right? Let's go through all of these that don't matter. Grace Codex. Books of Iliad. Oh, sweet Jesus, Mother of God. These actually give you real abilities. So this is how, so you have to take Codex to get actual spells. So that's the value. You actually have to take. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you get 3 abilities out of this. And let me make a wild guess. Every single ability gives you 3 of them. So you get 3 abilities for the cost of 1. And they all do things. You just need to make sure you're, like... Even the stress cost to get them back, because they can... Because the wizard has an ability to reduce stress pretty easily, so they can actually constantly cast spells. Oh, so there's where magic is, by the way. You know, there's no balancing factor to the magic, but hey, who cares? We don't want balancing magic. Alright, so ancestries. Ancestries are incredibly boring. Now, you may be wondering, why are ancestries boring? Well, very simply, every single ancestry is not any of this shit. This is important. You may say, what do you mean, Notepad? What do you mean they're not very, what? I don't understand. Every single race is actually this. You can say, oh, well, they have a lot of deep lore. There's no lore to Daggerheart. Remember, all the lore is just bullshit, and you can just say yes or no to it. Bullshit. It doesn't mean anything. Every single class, every single race and community really gets boiled down to this. I am not choosing a Clank because Clanks are big and tough and scary warforged. I am choosing Clank because they have purposeful design and they let me add a +1 experience. I am not choosing a Daemon because Daemons are my edgy tiefling boys. I am choosing Daemon because they are fearless and have dread visage. I just want to make sure you just don't get fear. I'm fearless. That's what it is. I'm choosing an elf, not because it's an elf, because of this. This is what I mean by the races are kind of boring, because I'll give you a big old secret here. Let me I want to find a I'm going to do something. So, you see this Clank here. Now, that Clank is no different from this Modron. This Modron is the exact same. So, I also want... Let's say I want to do... Congratulations. I also want to play this Clank. This is my new Clank character. You may be surprised. Here's my new Clank character. These are all the exact same character, because it does not actually matter what you are. All that matters is you have purposeful design. Doesn't matter. It is irrelevant. Generally speaking, and this might just be because there's no lore, there's no, like, grounding to anything. No narrative integrity whatsoever. It's not even narrative integrity. It's the fact that there is no reason for them to do anything. They exist, and that is it because they wanted to put it in. What is the ribbits actually form? They don't do anything. A ribbit is just a ribbit is actually just a race that is amphibious and has ability to mark a metacurrency to do a weapon that deals d12 damage. That's all they are. A halfling has the luck ability. You can choose, you can make your halfling whatever the fuck you want. It does not matter. It just has the luck ability. And that's why I think they made them cards. Like, I honestly think that is why they made them cards. Because you can just make an infinite number of them, and it does not matter what they are. Like, that's the funny thing. Because I could, like, I could do fucking, There we go. Congratulations. I've made a brand new race for Daggerheart. Boom, done. That's all you need. Oh, but no, Pat, that's not very, it doesn't matter. That's it. There's your giant penis monster. I've made a brand new race for Daggerheart. You can make infinite number of races in about 10 seconds. You add like one very basic thing for it. And one of the other amusing things is you get something like the Ribbit, who's a little frogman. You could make a little frogman who is fundamentally stronger, tougher, and can lift things better than a giant. You know, an 8.5 foot tall creature. Because you've just put a +2 in it, because these don't affect your stats at all. And some of them are better than others. Orcs are amazing. You want to know why orcs are amazing? Because you have a 1 in 3 fucking chance of ignoring damage. Oh, what do humans do? Here's the fucked up thing. Humans are dog shit, by the way. Humans are fucking terrible. You want to know why humans are fucking terrible? You have to spend hope to use your experience, and then you can spend an additional hope to make a reroll on it. Congratulations, you can spend a 2 hope to get nothing. What do orcs get? Oh my, I rolled a 5. I just ignore damage. Oh hey, at the beginning of a session, a halfling gives everyone hope. That's fucking amazing. Holy shit. Because hope is a meta currency we can use to use more abilities. Hope is valuable because it's a resource. Accidentally showing off how easy it is to homebrew the system. Yes. Like, can you swap in mid-game? Nope. Oh, it's super easy to homebrew the system. Yes, ethical. That's the fucking issue here. Because it doesn't matter whatever you do. This is your new favorite game. That's why I put it. Your new favorite TRPG. Because I damn well know what they're going to do. I damn well fucking know what they're going to do. They're going to say, hey everyone, you can make your very own Daggerheart content! And they're going to let you put out anything you want. It's going to take 5 fucking seconds. Itch.io is going to be flooded with people making dog shit, Daggerheart content. That doesn't fix anything. This adds shit to it. And every few months, fucking Darrington Press is going to roll up, snap both of its bottom ribs, and begin sucking its cock as fast as possible in front of us, and drop another $30 fucking expansion pack for you to have the privilege of printing out more dog shit cards. Oh boy, it's so much fun! Fuck. They do have a, they do have one that it's not for this. Like, they don't have it out for the playtest. They're going to have one, though, when it comes out. If the Illuminated Worlds is to be believed, it's going to be orc compliant, which is a completely different fucking piece of shit. but it's not going to be orc, by the way, because nobody likes the orc. But, yeah. That's, again, don't worry about the races. The races mean nothing. You may be like, oh, wow, look, everyone, it's a Dracona. They have the ability to breathe fire if you want them to, or maybe not. I don't care. Oh, look, it's a fairy. I can fly. All right. Fairies should, fun fact, fairies should never be seraphs because you just double up your ability to fly and it just is worse. So never pick the fairy creature. Oh boy, Katari. That doesn't really fucking matter. Like, nothing matters when it comes to races. They are all incredibly boring. Of course there's a Furbolg, by the way. Furbolgs are actually worse than orcs in that regard. You should play it anytime you want to play a fighter character, play an orc. You can make a justification to play a giant. You can make a justification to play a decent giant. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Generally speaking, dwarf is pretty awful because it's, again, burn resources to take half damage instead of just being able to negate damage entirely. 1/3 chance seems pretty low, but that's still a 1/3 chance to negate a shit ton of damage pretty actively. Yeah, give the GM fear, give the GM a meta currency so you can do something that is significantly worse than other things. Mark this, get this, it's great. One of the other things is that you have a community. Because remember, none of these races belong to anyone. They are whatever you want them to be, whenever you want them to be, involving whatever you feel like them being, because they can be technically part of any community. Highborn are nobles, Ridgeborn are mountain people, Seaborn have the ability to take an additional downtime action, which is fucking amazing. No other reason you should take that, it doesn't really matter. Because again, none of this matters. All that matters is their ability. If someone were to say, I want to be from the mountains, but I want to have Safe Harbor because Safe Harbor is good, let them take Safe Harbor because Safe Harbor is a good ability. Because that'll let you heal more efficiently. Yep. Oh, you have advantage on traversing dangerous cliffs and ledges. +1 to your armor score. Wow. Amazing. That +1 to armor score is pretty fucking good. Oh, hey. Take a fucking handful of gold. Oh. Like, advantage on all rolls that pretty much lets you learn about things. Very specific characters are pretty good with that. Like, some of these are like, you know, you're embodying one of these principles to your action. You may roll D20 as your hope die instead of D12. Yeah. Congratulations, Orderborn. If you could suck the GM's cock enough, Orderborn will win every time. Wanderborn even less so. Yep. Yeah, Seaborn's broken. Seaborn's amazing because you can take extra downtime actions. So these are some of the designs. Again, one of the shames is the designs are actually kind of interesting for these. Because they're like, oh, all right, hey, you're a fucking machine. You can integrate different parts of you. Is that reflected at all? No, it's not reflected at all. None of this shit matters. They are all of these cool looking fucking centaur, clank knights, an arm blade guy, a wizard who can break them apart and stuff. All of that is broken down into you get one of your experience has a +1 to it. All of this is broken down into just that. That is super fucking sad. And it hurts me physically and emotionally. Because you could make something interesting. Daemons are tieflings. There's really nothing more to say about that. Dracona are dragonborn. This is the annoying thing, is that they could have done something interesting with these when they look way more draconic. But then you kind of see, like, the later renditions just are humans who are dramatic, who look dragony. And it's like the creativity slowly died as they did different iterations. It's like, oh, that's cool. I don't care. Because again, nothing matters. Dwarf. Dwarf is dwarf. What else do you want to know about dwarves? They dwarf over things dwarfily, who dwarfily dwarf. You could say, yeah, exactly. There's no armor. All the art is good except the final art, which is strange. My friend got it nerfed. That was the ugliest cat girl. Yeah, it's like, oh boy, super cool. Like, elves are funny because, like, oh, you can, for one of your actions, you may drop to a celestial trance. Roll a number of D equal to the stress you have marked and clear all stress. Yeah, play a Seaborn elf, and you will be able to clear all your stress and all your HP very consistently for one action. Even if you can't, it's not like you're doing it. Yeah, no, Celestial Trance is amazing, because you get to do 2 actions at once. Now, of course, these are our elves, which... Damn! Look at this fucking woman's thighs. Like, to give you an idea, like, I just want to, like, point this out here for a second. I just want to point this out. I just want to, like, do some... Like, I'm gonna do some artwork for everyone here. Oh, damn, snipping tool low. So, here's the snip. This is me and my snipping tool. So I want to give you an idea. This is her, like, this is her waist. Like, these are her thighs. Like, we can only assume that her thighs go like this, roughly speaking. Like, whoever designed this elf, like, had a purpose in life, and that was to make the thickest elf physically possible. Like, let's make a like, let's just do some fun comparison. Like, this is the full elf picture. So here's her waist. It literally goes like this, loops around. Like, this is her actual waist up here. Like, I will do this in a different color just to make sure that people this is her waist up here. Like this is like her actual, like, chest. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I can respect. Like, there's some respect. Like, I just find this really impressive. Like, Zam, like, her, to give you an idea, her head, like, to give you an idea, her head is roughly yay big. If we go down here, her head is around the size of her thighs. Like, this elf is built different. I can respect it. Also, here's literally me, a fat elf with necrosis limbs. Like, I don't hate the way elves look. I think elves look fine. I like the idea that elves look different. I've always had an affection for elves that look weird. Fairies get lamer the less insect-like, the more humanoid they are, which, the thing is that's also fucking weird about fairies, is they have wings. Wings allow you to fly. Anything that lets you fly is amazing. In any game. Again, design-wise, like, alright, fine, whatever. This is also important. They can go up to 7 feet tall. Is this represented at all from 2 to 7 feet tall? No. You want to play a guardian fairy who is 2 feet tall. It is no different from playing a fairy who is 7 feet tall. There's no size categories. So yeah, play whatever you want. You play a midget that just, everyone can actually attack over, but they physically can't. Japanese thick elf propaganda. Sir, a second set of elf thighs in America. Fawns are just kind of boring. I know why fawns are in, because someone played a fawn on Critical Role. Why are furbolgs in? Because someone played a furbolg on fucking Critical Role. Fun Grill. Fun Grill could be fun. They just made it annoying and boring, and their ability sucks. Oh boy, we can talk to other Fun Grill. Oh boy. Yeah, you want to know how they made Fun Grill boring? They gave them all faces. I don't know what convinced them to give every single fungus man a face, but it's fucking lame. Galapa, because someone wanted to play the turtles from fucking 5e. Giants, because someone played a giant in Critical Role the Critical Role game. Goblins, why are goblins in here? Because someone wanted to play a goblin on Critical Role, so there's goblins in here. Like, that is... ability is insane. Infinite range talking to any other member of your species. Well, here's the thing. This is important, Horus. This is the thing. That ability is entirely dependent on the GM deciding to make it useful. That is, you have to remember that. That ability is entirely based on the GM giving you something. That is not a player getting something. That is the player looking at the GM, getting on his knees, opening his mouth, being like, and this like, come in me, daddy. Please give me something for this. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, no. Because the thing is, if someone like, I want to tap into, you know, people that, honestly, I wouldn't make the ability useful at all. Because like, what the fuck am I supposed to do in this situation? Like, what do I give you for this? Oh, I can talk to anybody of my species. Okay, your species isn't fucking around here. Like, you're in the middle of a fucking cave. What's this gonna do? Contrasting that, we have halflings who give you free luck, who give you literal free abilities. Oh man, I have to use hope to do something. Here's a free hope. Everyone gets free hope right off the bat. Talk to a fungrel who can cave? What's that gonna do, Horus? Tell me. What does talking to a fungrel who can cave? Hey man, do you know where I am? No. What does that fucking do? It doesn't do anything. That's the problem. The ability doesn't do anything. He could guide, if we're in a cave, he could guide you out. He could do that. The GM can also say no. See, that's the issue with that ability, Horus. You see the issue. The issue is that it is an ability that is entirely on the GM saying you have a powerful ability. If the GM does not want to give you that powerful ability, nothing happens. It's fucking horrible. But you want to know what happens if you choose a halfling? You get free hope at the beginning of every session. The GM can never take that away from you. At the beginning of every single session, you get a free hope. What does hope do? Let you do more shit. You see the issue. Valuable ability that, you know, that possibly valuable ability that the GM has to approve of effectively every time it's used. We still have to make a roll for it, mind. But the GM can arbitrarily set a difficulty because there's no fucking difficulties in this game. I get a free hope at the beginning of every session and I can reroll once on my advantage die. Huh. That's pretty useful. Always look at that. Anytime you see an ability like this might be useful, oh, this might be useful because I can see use for that. Because, and it's like, in these circumstances, if the question is, if the GM allows me to do that, it's powerful. The second you say, if the GM allows me, then anything is up for debate. Anything is valuable if the GM lets me do it. If the GM says, no, you can't do it, doesn't fucking matter. That's the problem. Humans, like, if humans, you want to know how you make humans good? They don't have to spend hope to use experiences. That is all you need to do for them. They do not spend hope to use an experience, but they can spend hope to re-roll them. Boom, done. Humans are now incredibly powerful because they get a +1 or a +2 on most things they have to write in. Qatari get more boring the more human-like they are because this is Final Fantasy XIV. They are also not very good because it's on agility rolls. Oh boy, on an agility roll. Yay. Getting really specific, and it's like, oh, that's kind of lame. Orcs. Orcs are just humans, by the way. Orcs are just better humans because they can just tank damage, and there's no reason for you to not play it. If you want to play a human warrior, you are instead playing an orc. you're playing an orc warrior because orcs are just better humans. That's just the nature of the beast. You might say, well, that's not the case at all. That is the case. Ribbits are just frog people, and they are here because someone wanted to play a frog person. That's it. Simina, I have no fucking idea what their obsession with the fucking agility rolls are. Simina can be decent if you play a really high evasion class, because you get that +1 evasion. That's it. That is the entire value of playing the literal actual monkey people. No fucking idea how this got past anyone. Yeah, let's play monkey people. Communities are just there. They give you like some advantages. You're choosing again, all of this doesn't mean anything. You're fighting for this. Oh, you can adjust abilities and spells. Again, particular asset senses. No style casting within Daggerheart. No one really. This is one of those weird things when it comes to it, is you can choose to adjust spells and abilities, but if it's written down, you can't really do you. Like, that's kind of the problem. And of course, we have some of help tools for players who want to play a impaired person. All right, you want to do that? That's fine. Again, don't know why you would be playing fucking Daggerheart. What the thoughts so far? We're making our way through. I'll do kind of my full detox of things, like my opinions on things. So far, it's been pretty negative. But if I were to give for those who need to leave and be productive human beings, just want to listen to something here real easy, my very decisive opinion on Daggerheart is it is a bundle of ideas that go nowhere. There's an interesting idea. Let's add shit to it that doesn't make any sense. Here's a bad idea. Let's just make it so that it's like an important thing that we just need to like double down on and do weird shit with that doesn't make any sense. Cards aren't important, Notepad. Cards are just going to be reference material. They're just going to be references. They're just references. You need to have the cards. If you don't use the cards, you're fundamentally not playing the game correctly. I hate that. I do not like that. I don't like the fact that there are multiple meta currencies you have to juggle. Each of them do something different. Don't like that. I don't know why it's in the game. It's very weird. I don't like how there's technically like 3 steps to resolving damage for no reason. There's always a good idea and then immediately followed by bad ideas. Or like, here's an idea that is solely for the fact that someone said this has to be in here because D&D did it. And that's really frustrating, because Daggerheart is not an interesting game. It is a boring fucking game and does nothing unique. And everything that it does do unique, it fucks up. Well, let's continue. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of like, impaired people. There's nothing wrong with that. The idea is to make it actually interesting. Hey, seeing orbs that lets you actually see things. Cool. Hey, I use animals to actually help me see things. All right, cool. I wear a creepy mask. It lets me. All right, cool. Seeing canes, a little bit weird, but all right. Of course, the combat wheelchairs continue to be an ever-present factor. Don't worry. It got a special mention as well for the combat wheelchair. Again, we've got our various combat wheelchairs. Now, I don't hate, like, the walking thing. If you were playing, like, there's a noble who is like, I can't use my legs, and he fucking, like, walks in on a crazy spider mech, being like, hello there! Fine, cool, whatever. Hey, here's some crazy-ass magician who is, like, infirm and can't really move around anymore, so he just has a giant walking fucking thing. Fine, awesome, I'm in. Cool. That's neat. Already known how these inventions to help disabled characters are used by abled people? No. Yeah, I meant seeing order be useless spies. Again, none of this is actually in. I think they just wanted to make a note for it. And It's also an important thing. When I first saw this, the knight here, the knight in the wheelchair, there was one very important thing that came to my mind. Uh, there was one song that popped into my head, and I was like, "This is it! Like, uh, this is the quintessential experience of this." Like, oh my god, it's Don Quixote. Don Quixote in a fucking wheelchair charging at that windmill, baby. I'm in. But yeah, it's like, are they going to talk about these in any context, like being able to be used? Like, oh, you have a seeing cane, or seeing orbs and vision masks and shit. Are they going to talk about that? Probably not. Um, if any of them are any good, like I see my favorite part of, of course, my favorite absolute part of playing a fantasy game is saying, man, it would be more efficient if I got both of my legs ripped off so I could replace them with prosthetics. uh yeah. Strong but pliable metals. We even have special flowers grown in ears. Yeah, ears, flowers that grow inside of you so you can hear. That's horrifying to me. Prosthetic wings, I'm okay with prosthetic wings. Creepy, like, artificial tails that let you move around. All right, cool. I'm not opposed to these things. I'm not opposed to it. Uh, I am not opposed to these things if it's worked in elegantly, but they very rarely are worked in elegantly. But you also have to assume, because there is no actual setting, it's because there is no setting to Daggerheart, it's hard to get an idea of, like, the idea of the technology or anything like that. If you were to tell me, hey, in Eberron, they have combat wheelchairs, I would be like, yeah, of fucking course they have combat wheelchairs in Eberron, because they want to make sure that every fucking magician can roll his ass out there or put spider legs on him to make sure that he can still cast his level 9 fireballs at problems. Hey, in Eberron, we have prosthetic limbs and shit like that. That's fine. Hey, we're a really hardcore eco fantasy setting and stuff like that. We don't actually have like, metal's not very important, but we've integrated with plants so much that if we give them an idea what it is, the plants will literally regrow our limbs, and we will have, like, crazy, like, metal, like wooden legs and shit, because that's what, plants and us are, bonded so well. Fine, cool. The fact that there is nothing like that, it's a little bit funky. Even out of the fact there's no artificial class, which is also would be kind of appropriate for this. Of course, combat wheelchair coming soon. They made a very big deal about having the combat wheelchair. So, what's the flow of the game? Weirdly enough, Spencer did the thing what I like to say. Spencer bamboozled me. He yet again tricked me. Good kabarashing. Like, Spencer tricked me again. I don't know how he keeps getting away with it, but Spencer tricked me that he was writing a D&D like game, but he instead decided to make a fucking PBT because Daggerheart does not actually function off of what we would traditionally call a D&D like game. Instead, Daggerheart works more like PBTA or Blaze in the Dark, the concept of moves. Now, what is a move? Moves are, in the most basic sense of the word, I am doing something I'm doing a narrative action in a situation. If I were to say, as a player, for example, Well, I quickly, I grab at the, I want to quickly grab at the weapon before he gets to it. In something like Apocalypse World, that would be going aggro. In Blades in the Dark, I think that would be a aggressive move. And it would be the same premise as this. You're looking at a move. Why is it described as this? I don't know. Because the problem is, you get certain results, the GM makes a GM move. But unlike Powered by the Apocalypse, Blades in the Dark, the moves in Daggerheart are not... there's no, like, defined moves. I don't know why they're calling it defined. Like, I don't know why they're using the terminology here. Because it's the flow, it's the conversation, it's the talk, it's the... here's the core mechanics. As represented before, basic combat, basic resolution to all actions, you're going to pick in 2d12. One is your fear die, and one is your hope die. You're going to roll them, and you're going to add the results together. So, for example, I got a 5 on my hope and a 12 on my fear. I would have gotten 17. However, since my fear is higher, I will roll with fear. Easy enough to think about. I could see this on certain VTTs being really annoying. I can see this on other VTTs being really easy. Kind of depends on where you're doing things. Have you spent 2 hours talking about Dungeons the Apocalypsing? It's constrained nature of the move system your main... Isn't the constrained nature of the move system your main complaint with PBTA? Yes. It's the weird thing with it, though. This is my weird thing. It's the fact that he's referencing it as moves. It's like, that's kind of weird. Like, why are you referencing it as moved? And there are some constrained natures to it. It's one of those weird things. Like, I think somewhat, like, he literally, personally, I think he took a moment and was like, oh, well, people like PBTA and Blades in the Dark, so we're going to put this in. Anytime they're talking about moves in this game, ignore it. You're going to be fucking brain rot. All that he's saying is players do an action, the GM responds. That is all he is actually saying in this section. For modifiers wise, toaster. Most of the modifiers, if you were to do full modifiers, and I mean you were to increase it consistently every time, generally speaking, I could say you're going to get a 5 to 7 maximum. And I say 5 to 7 maximum is 5 traditionally. There are some items and abilities that let you increase other things by 1 or 2, but at most you'll be rolling with a +5, and that's at like level 10 end of the game tier. Like, that is full on everything. You are rolling with a +5 with 2d12 +5. Doesn't seem like a lot. Don't worry about it too much. This is the idea of rolling with hope and fear. You roll with hope, you mark hope. Cool. You get only a maximum of 5 hope. This is also plays into other aspects of the game. This is your first meta currency. This is your primary meta currency, you could say. This is the most meta of the meta currencies. Anytime you can spend hope to do actions, you can spend hope to assist people, you can spend hope to do things. Fear, on the other hand, is that you hand a meta currency to the GM. They get some special abilities that might come up later, or they might not, depending on whatever the fuck they feel like. If they ever roll the exact same, you roll a critical success. Now, if I roll a 12-12, that's a critical success. Doesn't matter what I roll, I get critical success. If I roll a 1-1, I got a 2, I still get a critical success. Effectively, I believe the odds are you have a 1 in 144 chance to do it. You have less, it's a very small chance of actually scoring a critical success. A monumentally small chance. And I'm like, all right, that's relatively, I'm like, all right, I'm not opposed to that. Again, I'm not opposed to this. I'm not opposed to the 2d12 system, just the way it's used. Hey, let's give everyone meta currencies. Don't like that. Yeah, this is the idea of like using hope Generally speaking, there are 3 ways to use hope. They can say, oh, there's several ways to use hope. There isn't. I want to help someone. If you want to help your friend, you must spend the meta currency. Why? I don't know. Because fuck you. You want to use an experience. You have to spend hope on that action roll. If you want to use your ability of your past experiences, you must use hope. Well, referencing a move seems like a force of habit than anything specifically PBTA, because this game is for people who've literally only played 5e. Like having an advantage in your non-5e system that works differently. They probably just wanted to call it something other than that, than your action. Yeah, I get that. I think that's kind of the thing with it. And it just threw me off because I think the thing with it that throws me off about the moves is that they make it out to be like a Blaze in the Dark, Wild Sea, PBTA. They make it out to be like that. But it's not. It's just doing things. It's really weird. I think it's just because the writers they had on there were like, oh, well, we're writing this. It's like, stop that. Stop it right now. Because you gotta remember, these guys who wrote Candela Obscura, which is also like that. This is another one of those things where it's, good idea, you fucked it up. I like the idea of experiences. I like being able to write in a character's past to give them an advantage. Hey, you're a experienced cook. Cool. This is my character. So we can have 2 warriors, but the experiences are different. We get something bonus out of it. Problem is here, you gotta spend a fucking meta currency to use it. Oh man, I'm sorry. I know being a cook would be really useful here. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to do that because I'm feeling sad right now. What? Like, it's really weird. I'm like, but that's really what hope does. Hope is you spend a currency to make sure you can help someone, which is just giving them a D6, by the way. Because, yeah, that's advantage and disadvantage in this game. Advantage and disadvantage are not, add another D12 or whatever. Advantage and disadvantage is Shadow of the Demon Lord advantage, disadvantage. You add D6s. I don't know why they never mention that, especially when they say, oh, advantage and disadvantage is inspired by Dungeons and Dragons. When Shadow of the Demon Lord did that, and they could probably say they got it from Lancer. I don't know why that was never mentioned. It's a strange omission, because I think they just didn't want to mention Shadow of the Demon Lord. And it's like, why? Like, why add that? It's like, why even bother adding that meta currency in? Well, they wanted to add the meta currency in because they wanted to restrict your ability to use that. It's the same reason I don't like Fabula Ultima, people. I don't like the fact that I have to write in my natures, who I am, my history, my relationships, and then spend a currency to actually use my character's abilities. This isn't like I'm spending mana to use a spell, or I'm spending stress to power through or something. This is I'm spending an anomalous resource to do something that my character should already be able to do. Chippy is a deep frying master. This is something that I wrote in. This is my character, but I can't do it if I don't have hope, which is weird. That really bothers me. I'm like, I don't like that. But you say like, oh, activate hope features. Some things just require you to spend hope. But it's like, why? Why do we have hope here? Well, because hope is just our active meta currency. That's why. Hope is just an active little mana pool that we can use to do things. And it's like, why though? Why have you written it like this? Like, do you hate fun? Do you just hate everything? Like, yes, like, yeah, it's just like higher. Yeah, it's it's kind of the idea like, oh well, you can use it, you don't have to spend hope if you already get hope back from the die, which is one of those things. It's like, wait, why don't you just tie it to the die? You roll with hope, you get an advantage on a skill, or you activate a special ability. Boom, done. We've made the game a little bit more interesting with the die already without having to juggle that currency now. Now, mind you, there are also things that trigger on success with hope. And it's like, oh, and it's like, what do fear do? Fear just fucks with you. You don't fail if you roll with fear sometimes, but you just think bad things just happen to you when the GM feels like happening. It's like, oh. We kind of already talked about damage thresholds and stuff. Generally speaking, we'll use this as an example. I take 20 damage. I mark 3 HP. Bump, bump, bump. I take 12 damage. I only mark 2 HP. Dun, dun. I take 7 HP. I would only take minor damage. Done. If I take 1 to 5 damage, I would just mark stress instead of actually marking health. If I take 0 damage, if I reduce it down to 0, nothing happens. Thus the value of thus the advantage and disadvantage, you could say, of various factors. You know, it's like, hey, anytime you have an ability, anytime, like, you know, GM meta currencies are cool. I don't much care for GM meta currency. Not the way they do it here. Again, damage thresholds aren't a bad idea. That's the problem. It's not a bad idea. Because I like damage thresholds, actually. This is the concept of, like, spoons. You have to do things IRL, GM currencies, like, the idea of this actual damage system is not bad. But there's a problem. Because again, good idea, quickly followed by problem. To me, anyway, it's the inclusion of HP. I don't like the fact that HP is in this game. I would almost want it to be wounds. Like, hey, you can take, like, 5 minor wounds, 3 major wounds, you know, 1 severe wound, or whatever. Like, Colt did that. Colt First Edition did that. Colt's a game that barely functions, but its HP system is really interesting because it's like, hey, you can take a bunch of little damage and you're going to still die. Just as much as you take 1 really bad hit, you are fucked. It's just, again, it's just that next, like, okay, well, we got to go from here to here. It's just another step in the process. We'll get to another reason why it just adds more steps to that process. And this is how you clear HP. This is why, again, if you ever want to know why Seaborn here, if you ever want to know why Seaborn is fucking insane, this. You can clear HP if you take a short or long rest. This is the only way to really clear HP damage. You'll permanently increase both your damage threshold amount of HP. Optional rule. I would almost always put in the additional damage threshold, which would be critical damage. You just take double of whatever it is, you would take an extra HP. That's how I would do it. Again, though, personally, my thing would be, again, add wound tiers and congratulations. If you take double amount of your severe damage, you take a fatal wound, and you're already fucked up because you've taken 8 gorillion damage. Because one of the odd things is you could take 200 damage right now. If Chippy takes 250 damage right now, he would still mark 3 HP. If he took 16 damage, he would mark 3 HP. That's one thing that's a little weird. That's also kind of your prerogative, and as a player GM, you might make calls on that as well. Ooh. Stress is a currency. Stress is a currency that goes up and it goes down. Weird thing is you're going to be using stress way more, but the fact that you use stress a hell of a lot more than HP, but you have to clear it in the same way, is a little weird. And I don't know why. I guess, like, I don't know why stress is included in this game. Don't know why. Stress feels like it could have. Stress and hope feel like these should be the same mechanic. These should be the exact same thing. Yo, you can spend stress to do things, but stress is also your ability to soak HP damage. However, anytime you roll with hope, you unmark stress. Boom, done. But it's not. Or even, like, you can spend hope to unmark stress. Boom, done. You've made something interesting. They don't do that, though. They do similar things, but sometimes it's like, hey, You mark stress from certain moves that call for it, unless otherwise noted. You can't spend more than 1 stress to apply an effect for more than 1 on a move. Yeah, this is why, again, it's like, oh, on a move. It's like, what? You can replace move with action, and generally speaking, it does the same thing. But they decided to call these action rolls. You can get extra dice, roll the dice, resolve the situation. So let's do a very basic check. I want to use Chippy for a strength check. 2d12 plus 2. I rolled an 11 on my hope, a 5 on my fear, and I've got, that would be a 16 plus 2. I rolled 18. Congratulations, everyone. We rolled an 18. That is it. Very basic. Then we choose the difficulty. What's the difficulty? They don't actually tell you. There's no difficulty. But generally, in the GM section, they talk about difficulty a little bit more. They kind of say it's a 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 range. So kind of give you an idea. That's a little bit odd. This is the kind of the range that they kind of want you to work with. This is the range they kind of are getting you to work with. Now, interesting note on a 2d12, on average, you're at, 12 is going to be your average. Roughly speaking, it's 12. Technically, I believe it would be 13, but roughly speaking, it's going to be 12. Let's say 13 on average. That is your average roll. With a maximum, though, you have a range of 2 to 24. With a +2, if you're rolling with your best ability anyway, your average goes up to 15. You can, roughly speak, do most checks pretty reliably if you have at least a +1 or a +2. Adding a d6 to this, adding advantage, for example, adding a d6 to this increases it to 3 to fucking 30. Like, holy shit! Adding 1 advantage is insane in this system. Like, advantage is really powerful. Again, duality dice, and any advantage and disadvantage dice, all d6, d8s. Don't forget to add all your special, class features, subclass cards, domain card abilities, and then special other dice that you might get. Then you count your modifiers, which is where the character tokens come in. Remember those character tokens right at the beginning of the book there? You're going to take a number of these character tokens that are going to be like +1s and +2s. But you're going to roll those as well. I don't know if they're just trying to be helpful or they think you're stupid. Probably both. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, never roll for a... Yeah, you're supposed to roll your tokens. That's just one of those strange additions that you're supposed to roll for your tokens, which don't actually roll for anything. They're just +1s, -1s, or whatever. I think it is literally there just to help retarded people. I say that in the nicest way possible. Help the mentally damaged. Roll the dice. That's it. Now, you're there. Awesome. You take hope, clear stress. Success with hope. You take hope. Success with fear. You take... It's a cost or consequence. This is, again, one of those weird situations where it's like, let's put some weird, like, it's a cost with, you succeed with a consequence. You fail, but you must face the consequences. But you still take hope. Things go catastrophically wrong. Yeah. Those duality die are... This is one of the things, like, I don't hate the 2d12 system. I don't hate that at all. It's just the way they're used is a little bit funky, and I'm not too happy with that. The story is consequences. Yay. As I will say, I think Spencer Stark reached inside, in a horrifying display of inhumanity. I think he ripped, dug both of his hands into his chest, grabbed his bottom ribs, ripped them out in a horrifying display of blood and gore before snapping forward to suck his own cock while riding Daggerheart. And while everyone gasped in horror and shock about what just occurred as he holds his bloody, broken ribs in his hands as he is gagging to death on his own penis, he wrote this, and it was actually quite impressive, I think. Like, now you may say, that's horrifying, Notepad, but that is, I think, the summation of how a vast majority of horrifying, Notepad. That's how I think Daggerheart was written. That's the funny thing. I think that is how this game was written. Just during, after, and before even that horrifying event occurred, in front of an entire cast of people, and everyone cheered. It was terrifying. It was like, holy shit. But yeah. Also, 12. It's hard to find a good number of this is the actual difficulty values. But let's talk damage. So, you're gonna hit someone with an attack. Cool. That's easy enough. Sometimes you're gonna make a spell cast roll, sometimes you're gonna do some damage, but you're generally speaking going to hit someone. Also, don't forget you could spend 3 hope and initiate a tag team move. Remember, replace move with action, a tag team action with another PC. Describe how your 2 characters combine their actions in a unique and exciting way. Both of you and your partner make separate action rolls, but before resolving the roll's outcome, choose one of the rolls to apply to both of your results. Now, it's easy. Both roll damage and then add it together to determine the damage dealt. Goku Frieza punch Jiren in the face. So, damage roll. Succeed a damage roll and take a damage roll to determine how much damage, thus what tier HP you attack and deal damage to. So, this is where things start getting a little bit odd. I'm going to explain this with Chippy. So, as you can see here, my active weapon, I have a proficiency of 1. I have a mace. It does strength damage. And, its trait is strength. I'm going to be rolling the hit with strength, and it does D8 damage. Easy. Easy to understand. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to roll this. I rolled a, wow, cool. I rolled a 14. I hit you. I'm going to deal damage. I'm going to take my D8. Then I'm going to take my D8. Roll 8 damage. That's pretty good. If my proficiency was, say, 3, for example, if it was be right here, I would instead do 3d8 damage, because your proficiency is the number of die you're rolling. Do not hate that. Not a bad idea. That's actually a, d8 physical damage, roll number of those dice equal to your proficiency. That's a cool idea. I don't hate it. The way that it's done is a little bit weird, add all the values together. Modifiers determine the result, corresponding HP based on the damage. Cool. Yeah, but you don't add your strength or anything to it, which is also one of those weird things. Yeah, 2d8, 3 and 7 does 10 total damage. Ooh. But if you ever have a modifier after it, you don't add the modifier repeatedly. So, for example, damage might be 1d8. It might be d8 plus 2. You would just add in 3d8 plus 2. It would be that. You wouldn't add bonus die to things. You don't add the successive pluses. Critical damage, add extra damage equal to the maximum potential damage value of all your damage dice added together, which is fucking bonkers, by the way. You score a critical, again, 1 in 44%, 1 in 144 chance, by the way. You deal a fuck ton of damage. Especially if you're using a big ass fucking weapon, if you are using 2d10, if you have 2 proficiency, you do 20 damage. Plus you get to do a lot of damage. You could really fuck someone's day up with that. But remember, I've done 500 damage to you. You've done 3 HP. Still my fucking combo move roll. Yeah, it's kind of, again, this is kind of the idea. It's, oh, hey, you've done a bajillion damage. You haven't really done a bajillion damage. You've done 3 HP, which does damper some of the mood of doing a fuck ton of damage. It does damper that a little bit. Generally speaking, there's 2 damage types, physical and magic. Some things do that. If you have resistance, you have the damage. If you're weak to it, you double it. Reaction rolls are effectively you're making a roll against that. Hey, you have to make a reaction roll against this to avoid getting hit. You have to make a reaction roll against this to avoid getting poisoned. Easy enough to understand. The GM will always roll a d20 though. GM, that's all he rolls. He doesn't roll 2d12, he rolls a flat d20. But he also doesn't have to worry about hope or fear. He just has to, well, hit you repeatedly. Now evasion, this is pretty much this is the target number to hit you. Be like, oh, this is the opportunity to deeper characterization. You have a target number. It's your AC. Don't think about it too hard. Advantage, disadvantage, d6, negative d6, easy. Having any disadvantage cripples you horribly. Having any advantage makes life a billion times easier. Very fascinating. There are 3 conditions. I'm going to get fucked up. You can't see me. Uh-oh, spaghetti goes. Countdowns. They added clocks without saying they're adding clocks. But now we get to maps, range, and movement. This is one of the most confusing things I have ever read, because I don't know what the point is. So, basically, is a game that can be played using both theater of the mind and maps with miniatures. This is already a problem, because you've got to now make a system that accommodates both of those ideas. This is a lot harder said. This is a lot easier said than done, because both of those ideas are very different from one another. Having the presence of a map is very different than having no map and kind of working together. The game is assuming both poorly. So, call for a map to be brought to the table. Let's use a clarified positioning. Should reveal a map of the area. Place certain miniature figures or tokens within it appropriate. As simple as a quick drawn on a piece of paper or complicated as a fully designed 3D map. So, almost never use maps. Woo, we don't know. Daggerheart doesn't rule measures in feet, but by range. You know, there are effectively very few approximate ranges. There's melee, very close, close, far, and very far. This is where things get a little bit interesting, because Daggerheart actually assumes an open map. Yes, Daggerheart has an open wargame map. I have no idea why, but he does. Touch targets up to a few feet away from them, but melee range may be greater for especially large NPCs. Usually from 5 to 10 feet away. Action, they say anything on a battle map that is within the shortest length of a game card, 2 to 3 inches, can be considered very close. Oh yeah, baby. We can move on an open map. Anything that is within the length of a standard pen or pencil, 5 to 6 inches, can be usually considered close. Anything on... anything on a battle map within the length of a standard piece of paper, 10 to 11 inches, can be considered far. Now, any of you wargame chads out there, any of you wargamer chads, might realize something very important. Notepad, what happens at 7 to 8, what happens at 7 to 9 inches? Fuck you, that's what. Because again, if it's not close, it's gotta be far, right? Or if it's not far, it's gotta be close, right? Maybe? Who knows? You are quickly seeing what I mean by, hey, congratulations, none of these maps really work. Yeah, beyond far, yeah, anything on a battle map that is beyond far distance but within line of sight is considered very far. Yeah, it's a little wonky in that. All enemies in front of you, they're facing, and then like, oh, it's 180 feels, like all enemies in front of me, but maybe not in front of me. It's very loose. But now we get to the truly painful section, movement. I want to move. Under pressure and danger, you can always move to a location that's within your close range. You're doing something so as part of something that requires an action roll. Simply want to move to another spot on the map while danger is present. That's far or very far away. You'll need to make an agility roll. Yes, you need to roll to move. You need to roll to move successfully. This plays into the initiative system and why I fucking hate the initiative system and wish everyone involved in its creation is hung by the rafters. Generally speaking, if there's no risk of potential complication, no roll is required. Movement doesn't exist. That's the best way for me to understand. You do not move 30 feet. You do not move position, up position, or whatever. You move if you want to, and then you make a roll if it's too far or you're under danger. But if you're not under danger, you can just do whatever you feel like. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter really. You can generally move to a location within their close range and still act, or like make an attack or grab. If they want to move any further than that, it takes a whole activation to do so. Targets and groups often move will use a target within range. May refer to a group of targets. Cover, line of sight, gold. Yeah, it's a little bit janky. We haven't hit combat yet, but generally speaking, gold checks how much wealth a character has. Easy enough to understand. Some campaigns will be more or less focused on gold as a reward. Should talk with the GM about how much gold will come into play. You know, there is no set of prices for books for weapons, armor, or loot, specifically to serve the purpose of not locking players out of adding exciting equipment to their characters simply because they aren't playing a gold-focused campaign. GM will determine the prices based on the amount of gold being given out during your session. It was amazingly, during reading the gold section, it was during the gold section that boggled my mind. That 7 to 9 inch girl inches, like it's physically impossible to do battle at 7 to 9 inches away. It's never been done. But let's talk about gold. Here's the thing with gold. Gold was the instance that finally made me realize something very important about Daggerheart. Daggerheart has no fucking idea what it is. I'm gonna be honest, I do not actually think it knows what the hell it is. Because I'm gonna give you a secret. Abstracted wealth is not a problem. Personally, I like abstracted wealth. I love Rogue Trader, personally. Rogue Trader is an amazing game. It's a really fascinating game. Unfortunately, it's also Fantasy Flight Games and very autistic, but I like Rogue Trader. I don't hate abstracted wealth, because abstracted wealth lets players not focus as much in the counting dollar bills. It's not, I gotta make sure I gotta count I have 5 gold, versus my 6 gold, but I have 7 electrum pieces and 32 copper. No. It's like, you got money, you don't got money. Easy. All right, I like abstracted. The problem here is that Daggerheart, and I hopefully I've been trying to kind of get this across this entire time. It does not know what the fuck it is. What is Daggerheart? Well, you might want gold, but you might not want gold. But you might also want gold, but maybe not. If you feel like it, if you want, I don't care. You do whatever you want, because it's right. But don't do that. except you should. That is the constant I got from reading Daggerheart. And it kind of hit me with gold, though, that it was kind of that moment that it all kind of clicked together in my mind. That nothing matters, really. Whatever they write in, it's just like, oh, hey, you get a handful of gold. What does this mean? It means nothing. They do eventually talk about, like, how expensive items should be. And, like, how cheap an item should be, how expensive an item should be, what items look like, and things like that. But there's a problem here, and I'm gonna open up, we'll open up the, druid. Open a druid. Now, technically, all starting weapons are considered tier 0. How much do you think a tier 0 weapon costs? How much? I'll leave it all up to you. You could. There's no wrong answers. Please answer whatever you feel is most confident that a tier 0 weapon is costing. Nothing. Good answer, but wrong. Come on, everyone. This isn't very difficult. It's tier 0. Tier 0. You can do this. I believe in all of you. Starting weapon. How much does a battle axe cost? How much does a battle axe? How much does a quarterstaff? How much does a dagger? It costs 2 handfuls of gold. Because it's whatever the tier is times 2. Technically they're tier 1, but tier 0. All of these things cost the exact same. A greatsword costs the exact same as a quarterstaff, which costs the exact same as a dagger, which costs the exact same as a whip, which costs the exact same as hand runes or turning blade or any of this other shit. And you find that out in the GM suggestion section where it's like, yeah, this is how you do money if you want. Because they can't assume anything, because they're fucking terrified of assuming how much money you will have. The game is petrified over the fact that it doesn't understand what kind of money you have. Because it's like, well, you might get this money, you might not, but you might also not get it, but maybe you will. That's literally what it does the entire fucking game. And that, it drives me up the fucking wall. Because the thing is, a bag of gold is 5 handfuls of gold. A chest of gold is 4 bags of gold. A hoard is 3 chests of gold. So let's do some math, alright? I love doing math. So 5 handfuls equal 1 bag. Now, a chest, it's 4 bags equal 1 chest. So, generally speaking, 1 chest must equal 20 handfuls of gold. You see the issue here. You see the prices get a little bit funky, or how they just don't have things. You just buy it. You do. And I want to buy. You just do. Just buy it. Just buy it, Lamau. Like, that is the... Like, that is, like, the quintessential... like, thing with this game. And again, it's like every single thing in this game is that. And it's super fucking weird. Yeah, so, generally speaking, you have downtime. There are 2 downtimes. You can do a short rest or a long rest. You have to take, there are 3 short rests between every long rest, but you can take a long rest whenever you want. The weird thing is, short rest, you can do 2 actions. Just as much as during a long rest, you can do 2 actions. Hence the immense fucking value of Seaborn, which allows you to take an additional action. Or elves being able to go into a trance and effectively be able to do 2 actions. It's amazing. 2 actions for 1. Okay. Hey. Clear 1d4 hit points. Clear 1d4 stress. Repair armor. We haven't even gone over armor yet, which is once weird. Gain hope. Long rest. Remove all hit points. Remove all stress. Remove all, repair all armor. Everyone takes 2 hope. Everyone takes 2 hope. Work on a project. It's very rigid of how this works because they don't want you to clear this too fast. Because if you're wounded at all, someone's going to effectively be almost always on constant heal bitch duty, as I'm going to call it. The more affectionately referred to as the, hey, look everyone, it's the healer. He's going to be a bottom bitch and heal us all because we all need him to, because we're doing important. There's Tony over there. There's Tony the demon. He's got one job, and that's to heal us all because he doesn't do anything, and he's Seaborn and gets to do it 3 fucking times. Sorry, Tony. Would you say that this game is a PBTA wearing D20 Groucho glasses? No. I would say this is a, I think the best way to think about this game would be that this is a horrifying, fucking aberration Frankenstein creature of about 4 different games mashed together and resurrected with cum. It's like, oh my god, it's a horrifying abomination. Please God, kill it. Fucking, the peasant mob is outside as we speak as Spencer, resurrects this abomination. Live, my monster. Because it's trying to be everything at once, but it doesn't really do any one thing, and that's the frustrating part. It's like, choose something. What are you about, Daggerheart? What is Daggerheart about? And hopefully over these past 3 hours, you've gotten an idea. 5e killer? Oh, you're a funny guy, Halcyon. You're a very funny guy. Here's the weird thing. I'm gonna draw this out. I feel this is a drawing moment. This is a time for drawing. Hello, robots from 2006. Draw this out. I feel this is important to draw out. You want to kill D&D. Let's say, for example, we want to kill D&D. Right here, right now. This is D&D's current this is Dungeons and Dragons. Yep, we got it. This is Dungeons and Dragons. Now, effectively, you can kind of think that this is the entirety of... You can kind of suspect that games like this are outside. There are games outside of the market currently. They do their own thing. They do things that D&D does not do, but they kind of rely on it. Then you get things like OSR games. OSR games are comfortably like this. There's this little itty bitty part that is definitely not, what we would consider to be, D&D. Sometimes it's a weird setting, sometimes a weird idea, but they kind of rely on it. Then you get games out here. Entirely not D&D games. Very weird, very atypical, very strange. We don't understand. Now, of course, there's games like Tales of the Valiant. Tales of the Valiant sits very nicely in the middle of D&D's giant, voluptuous bosom. It doesn't do anything more unique than that. It's not trying to be anything, it's trying to be Dungeons and Dragons. Daggerheart, the best way I can describe Daggerheart would be like this. It's this weird thing where it's molding itself into the Dungeons and Dragons sphere with a giant protruding penis outside every now and again. It doesn't want to leave the D&D comfort zone. It's scared to leave that D&D comfort zone. But when it does, it makes a very big, large, scary point about it. It says, no, we're different. We promise we're different. You want to get a D&D killer? You need a game that does this. You need a game that eats way more, that also completely devours inside of D&D's current player base. You need to get people to transfer out. You need people to leave the sphere to do it. And people have. You get games like World of Darkness who have very clearly captured their own audience. The problem is, all these games are fucking terrified of leaving this because this is a big fucking comfort zone. There is no incentive to leave. Why would you ever leave? Because the second we leave, we risk we play a risky game. And if we play that risky game, we might not succeed. Because for every one of these kind of exterior factors that do well, there are hundreds more that die miserably. Die in fucking agony. And people are like, well, why did my game fail? Well, it's because you're not D&D. That's the problem. You want to kill D&D? Is this going to be a D&D killer? At the rate it's going, no. It is going to be... How do I want to word this? What if CR switches to Dark Heresy? Fuck, man. If only. But, 40k is for chuds, remember. We can't like that. It's... Like, the thing is, if you want to really completely break the 5e hold on the market, there needs to be... the other DH. Oh, goodness. There are... I would say there's 3 ways to kill D&D's current hold on the market. Oh, didn't mean to hit that button. Whoa. Whoa, SpaghettiOs. Oh, we want to do notepads, awesome, kill D&D, plans of action. So, we want to kill D&D today. Okay, everyone. Here's what you would need to do. Plan A. So, we want to do plan A. We want to kill D&D. Murder every single D&D fan, murder every single D&D fan, and the entire OSR community. Okay, that's plan A. If we legitimately kill every single one of them, machetes to house, house to house, machetes in hand, and hack them all to death, we can kill D&D pretty easily. Hey, what do you play? I play Lamentations of the Flak. What do you play? I play more. Literally just complete purge of it. This is plan A. Murder every single D&D fan, OSR community member, anyone. Kill them all. RPG pundit must be held accountable for his crimes and crucified, so all can see his sin. That's plan A. That's the easy way to kill it. Plan B. Create D&D 2. Not 2e, just D&D 2. You need to create a Dungeons & Dragons game that overtakes Dungeons & Dragons as the quintessential D&D, as a quintessential TTRPG. I've explained this before as very complicated, but if you approach anyone, you can go to your family member, go to your friends who aren't into TRPGs or whatever, and ask them, do you know what a TTRPG is? They will say, yeah, like Dungeons & Dragons. Because if we look all throughout the past 30 fucking 40, 50 fucking years of history, Dungeons & Dragons is the quintessential thing. And that is an issue. And like, even if I it's things like this. It's kind of a meme to say, like, here's Dexter's laboratory. Yeah, we all love 1997, of course. D and D or whatever. It's all these monsters and minotaurs and all these things. the concept of D&D, Dragonlance, the concept of Dungeons and Dragons, the Forgotten Realms book, like all of these things, D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, has become the quintessential TTRPG that people know because that is what people say what it is. TTRPG, if I had to Google TTRPG right this second, the first thing that what's the first thing that you see? You see a fucking D&D thing. You see Dungeons and Dragons. You see Dungeons and Dragons artwork here. You see Dungeons and Dragons things. See people playing, I believe that is City of Mists, on the City of Mists game. You see people playing 5e here. These are the first two fucking images you see if you type in TTRPG. 5e stuff. Because that is what people assume tabletop role-playing games are. You would need to create a game that can completely overtake that in cultural relevancy. Effectively, this article should never exist. This is the quintessential like issue when it comes to the article. Oh, 12 amazing TTRPG alternatives to D&D. Because D&D is the quintessential game. Nothing ever matters. And what's one of the second largest tabletop role-playing games here? Oh yeah, you know, Pathfinder, D&D 3.5. And there are a lot of games that come out that are, oh, we're not like D&D, we're not like the other girls, we're this. Do you have Dragon Milk on your Google Party? Yeah, D&D is most popular mostly because of CR. Not even that. Like, it's just D&D has the cultural osmosis that CR capitalized on. Critical Role started playing Pathfinder at first. You gotta remember that. They played Pathfinder at first, but people didn't know what the fuck Pathfinder was. So they moved to D&D. So they moved to other things. Because D&D is marketable. D&D has a presence. D&D is the game. It is the TTRPG. That's because it's owned by Hasbro. Let's not forget that little detail. D&D is a franchise owned by one of the largest toy companies in the world. People forget that. People forget that little aspect. Hasbro, you know, people meme on Hasbro all the fucking time. Oh, Hasbro's losing money. Hasbro's gonna go bankrupt. Hasbro is a fucking super company. It is a super conglomerate. Makes hand over fist in money. More money than any other TTRPG company in the entire sphere. By a factor of 50. Hasbro's fucking Wizards of the Coast, a subgroup that Hasbro purchased, makes more money than every single other person in this industry combined. Easy. Because they have magic. Don't forget that. Yeah, don't forget that. You know, anything D&D doesn't do well does fucking magic. And like that's kind of the thing when it's like, I want to kill D&D. Like, oh, this is gonna be the D&D killer. And it's like, you want to try to be a different game. But you can't be a different game. Because if you're too different, people won't understand what you are. So you have to create 5e, but you have to create new 5e. And it's just this horrible mess where nobody, just like the WoW killers. Yeah, honest to God, if you want to see something that is very consistent with this, it's the WoW killers. Remember fucking Warhammer Online? I remember that. You know, remember that game? Yeah, I remember that was going to kill. That was going to Wildstar. Oh, I fucking remember Wildstar. There was all these WoW killers. The WoW killers, the Genshin killers. It's the reason, and the problem is, like those games existed, and on the fucking whiteboard when they were making it, it was not let's create a fun and exciting game. It was let's create the game that's going to kill World of Warcraft. That's why I think Final Fantasy XIV has lasted as long as it has and as successful as it is. because Final Fantasy XIV damn well knew it was not competing with WoW and has done its own thing. It is doing its own thing. The problem is where, you know, World of Warcraft is a $1 million super company, you know, World of Warcraft makes millions upon millions of dollars every year, and, you know, they can, you know, have teams of hundreds of thousands of people who work on it, and it is a cash cow supported by companies in the pretty much largest, you know, factor of entertainment in the world. TTRPGs have the lovely time of being probably one of the most niche markets ever created. Second only to, I guess, horse and buggy customization, rallies. Like we're a very niche hobby, relatively speaking. But people keep trying to believe we're not a niche hobby, but people keep doing all the same shit with it. Daggerheart's gonna kill D&D. No, it's not. Daggerheart's not gonna kill D&D. This D&D's too big. If it wants to kill D&D, it needs to make up its fucking mind. And it can. Here's the thing. If they turn this shit around and they try to work on something, can they make it work? Yes. I think they can. But will they? Because I think they're fucking terrified. Because if you try to differentiate yourself too much, you flip a coin, and that coin might end up, you do really well and everything's successful. You might also fail, and you spent thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars working on something that has resulted in you selling 100 copies and getting gold on DTRPG. That's a problem. We can't afford gold on DTRPG. That's 100 sales. That's nothing. So, death. Death is a good idea. You hit 0 HP, what happens? Well, you have to make a death move, which is stupid. It's just you have to make a death roll. You have to make a death choice. Option 1, you go out in a blaze of glory, critical success, then die. You risk it all. You roll, and if your hope is better, then you succeed and you heal all that. If your fear is higher, you die. Or you go down and face the consequences. You die. What you do is you go over here and you mark off one of your hope. If your hope ever reaches 0 by marking it off, congratulations, you have successfully died. It's not hard to die, but it's not easy to die either. And you get scars and you're just marking off hope slots, which is, again, one of those weird things where you mark, with scars anyway, you mark three scars, effectively. If you mark 3 scars, you should retire your character. Just retire them. You may say, well, why would I want to retire my beautiful character? He's my favorite character ever of all time. Because you cannot no longer get 3 hope, and that means you are locked out of certain actions, because you can no longer generate 3 hope. And you are going to be significantly weaker. It does actually have combat wheelchair rules. Where there was never a big generic retro future Imagitech game. Well, the thing is, Princess, there was, and it was called Fabula Ultima, and it was a game that literally everyone has bought and played at this point, and I hear no one talk about it except telling me that I'm wrong about it. Because Fabula Ultima is Final Fantasy XIV and Grand Blue Fantasy and does nothing interesting, and I fucking hate it. Like, D&D is a franchise. It's not doing too hard. Also, we can resurrect players if you hit level 10. Don't do that. It's kind of lame. Flow of combat. Combat has a no. Okay, now talk about combat. Combat is fucking weird. So, this is probably going to be a very long section. Of course, it's also like a 4-hour stream at this point. Me just talking about fucking Daggerheart. So let's do flow of combat. Combat has no initiative, no rounds, no distinct number of actions you can take. It's a narrative, moment-to-moment combat. This is the worst fucking combat system I have ever had the displeasure of reading, and I hate everyone involved in it. And I hope you all die. But in more positive news, There's some ideas here. So let's explain. Now, someone was trying to pitch to me, they're like, Notepad, this is going to be a great idea, but it's not. Let me explain. So, generally speaking, team up together in their tactics, respond appropriately to narrative changes in the scene, not to be locked out only doing violence once the first strike happened. Okay. Enemies don't have a set order in which they act. Instead, the GM will make moves in accordance to the fiction. Again, make moves. Moves, according to the fiction. This is a stupid way of wording this, because that's not how this works. So, what happens is these moves will happen when a player rolls with fear or fails an action they were attempting, but a GM can make a move anytime the narrative demands it. You can do whatever you want, except when you can't, except when they roll fear, except when they fail, but maybe not, doesn't matter. So, generally, when a character might attack, might take an attack from some enemies, become vulnerable, anything else that significantly changes the scene. Back and forth conversation. Combat is remember that first line though. This is combat is an important part of the game, punctuated by exciting battles. Okay, so I'm going to explain this in the easiest way fucking possible, because this game does a really bad way of explaining this. Whenever a combat scenario takes place, you put the action tracker out. The action tracker is not real. It's not something real, but it's something a meme is. So, whenever you make a roll, so let's say, for example, Chippy is going to attack. He's making his roll to attack. He hits, He puts his big token right on the action tracker. He has gone. Run out. You can do as many actions as you want. You can do as many things as you want. However, important, you aren't the only ones using it. Anytime you fail an action, anytime you roll with fear, so you could succeed at something, you're rolling with fear though, so your fear die is higher than your hope die. Or anytime anything bad happens, pretty much, the GM goes. He takes any of these action tokens that you've put down and may spend that on moves. He may spend that on enemies acting. Now the thing is, while the action tracker is on the table, it's important to remember that players may still act in any order they'd like and take actions multiple times in a row as the narrative flow demands it. This is a very fascinating situation, because, hey, it just has an additional tool to help guide. Encourage to give others turn with the spotlight. If another player hasn't placed any token, consider letting them act. Consider it. They want to. Consider it. If they want to. If they're not. But hey, I'm already doing a bunch of damage, so I should just keep rolling, right? Right, everyone? I hate this system, and I think much less of every single person who attempted to convince me it was a good idea, including you, Nudie. I don't know if you're listening or not, Nudie. I genuinely think less of you now. Much less, actually. Significantly less. But generally speaking, here's the thing with the action tracker. Here's the fascinating thing. I want to take an action. Take an action. My friend Tony says, I'm going to take an action now. I said, okay, you're going to take an action. He takes an action now. Now, Susie over there doesn't say much. She's very quiet. And Tony says, I need to take another action. Everyone says, okay, you're going to take another action. He takes another action. I said, oh shit, you did this thing. I have to take another action. Take another action. Susan has not gone yet. This is a game about who's the loudest theater kid. Who's the loudest one to seize the initiative. Not seize the initiative in the game, seize the initiative at talking over people. I have a group of people who are sometimes quiet. They are kind of reserved people. I understand that. And it's very, we go back and forth. It's a very quiet thing, and people like to think things through. It's like, okay, it's my turn. I have to do this now. It's my turn. I have to do that. Well, considering this is mainly being made for a scripted game, it makes sense. I'll touch on that later. I'll touch on that in a minute, Ironside. This is one of those things I even said right at the beginning of the stream is consider this is being used for actual play podcasts. Interesting note though. So we've gone, it's not a fucking game. Again, we're doing this, we're thinking this through. It is effectively who can ever claim the power of the table more. Unless the GM steps in and says, no, you have to go, you have not taken an action. Please do an action. But that's not how the game is. Because remember, again, it's just like, oh, consider letting them act. If they want to. You don't have to. You can want to if you want. There is a chance that a player who is quiet, it will just not act during combat. They aren't doing anything. Why would they? They have no reason to. Especially if you have a character or a player who has better abilities or more useful abilities or is just powerful and has good advantage on things. He's going to be able to repeatedly act. And it's like, hey, you should, just little words like this, you're encouraged, consider if they want to. Here's the thing. Because there's no set initiative, everyone's just going to be acting whenever the fuck they want to at any time. And because they're acting whenever they want to at any time, you're actually encouraged to not take many actions. Weirdly enough, you don't want to take many actions. You want to optimize your action output. Because the more actions you take, the more tokens the GM gets. The more tokens the GM gets, the more actions he gets. What? GM always going to get more toys to play with. Yeah, he's getting more stuff to do, of course. Now, mind you, can you knock the GM out of his turn? No, you can't. So if someone says, I'm going to make a roll now, and cuck someone else out of it, there's a chance they will lose it, and they will lose the roll, they'll roll with fear, they'll fail their action or whatever, and then the GM will go. GM's going to make his actions, and then it'll pass back. If the GM wants it to pass back. I hate this system. You keep hitting my poor fucking... keep hitting my poor, my flash drive. It's right here. It's right by my mouse, so... This is a skill issue. Like... The thing is... I look at this, and this makes a hell of a lot more sense. Here's the thing. This is a hell of a lot more sense. You're playing on an actual play. Because you want to know what actual play people are? They're already fucking on camera. They're already doing things. Because that's the point. So everyone's going to be a lot more encouraged to do things because that's the point. You're live on air, you're doing things, everyone's kind of acting whatever they need to do things. This is not a combat system. It's a very weird situation. And this is kind of the idea, token on the action tracker, total 2-3, they make it a roll to strike an enemy within melee and success with fear. But because he rolls with fear, the GM makes a move. This is the weird thing when he says like, oh, take him. You're seizing the momentum, effectively. 3 tokens off the action tracker. First one ends the vulnerable condition, breaks free of the vines that are binding them. Spends the next one on the adversary Emerson just hit with a sword, and Warhammer coming to swing for his ribs. Rolls damage for 9. Major wound thing, marks 2 armor slots and rolls d6. This isn't how any of this works, actually. I think this was just a bad take on it. With his last token, Elise describes the adversary sprinting all the way across the battlefield. Because if there's a ton of them, they can do whatever they want. This is also one of the issues here, is that they keep pussyfooting around this. Any number of the tokens currently on the action tracker, for each token they spend, they can activate an adversary on the battlefield and take an action. Easy. Because catching the actions of the adversaries up to where the players are in the fiction. Last turn exhausted all available tokens. Once they are done spending tokens, players turn to the PCs. And then it's not, hey, you can't activate adversary twice in single turn. All right, fine, whatever. Typically, you can't. Typically. So you can if you want. Or not activate the same adversary twice in a single turn, no matter how many tokens they have available. Like to activate the adversary again, they should do so on their next turn. Is this PBTA? No. They have a producer and a higher force than the GM to tell them to be nice. That's the weird thing with the GM, because as Noonie put it, this is a high trust game. Everyone should just trust one another, and it should be fine. But here's the thing. I want to propose 3 scenarios. I want to propose 3 scenarios to you all. I want you to think with your group, right now with your group, what would happen with this system in 3 scenarios. Scenario A. Scenario A. Players stomp. The players consistently roll well the entire combat round. They are consistently rolling well. They are consistently getting advantages. And there's like 6 tokens on the fucking field at this point, but 2 of your people are dead already. They have not acted yet. The players are still going. They can go as long as they want because they're doing things to get advantages. They're pretty much doing everything in their power to avoid losing the momentum, because you can't steal the momentum back. No, unless you make a move. Okay, scenario B. Tired. Scenario B. Players suck. The players never roll well. Every single roll is rolls with fear. They're failing rolls miserably. They can't land any hit. They're getting real fucked up in the combat. And it's always being passed back to you. The GM takes the initiative. They get 1 action with 1 character to do 1 thing. They do an action. You do something. All right. Hand it back to the players. And the one person who keeps screaming to do actions because he's the only one in combat currently because no one's been able to act, keeps rolling and failing. Constantly just a shit show. And then, of course, scenario C. Scenario C, very easy. The players are shitheads. They are doing every single thing in their power to make sure they never lose momentum. They have a bunch of abilities up there. They have optimized to make sure they never actually fail anything. And generally speaking, they are playing extremely cautious to make sure, because they damn well know you require spending tokens that they're not letting you actually generate reliably to do things. Oh, sorry, you want to do something? Sorry, GM. I'm going to disengage from combat currently with an action that I know I can't fail because I'm a Catman that gets an advantage on pretty much every agility check. And walk away too far, so you have to spend an action to do. You have to spend a token to have them move up to do something, but we've also put them into a different position to make sure they can't move properly. So it's just an action economy problem. But when you get a bunch of tokens. As a GM, what do you plan on doing? You have a bunch of tokens. Players have been shitheads the entire night. What do you do? This is one of those problems with this game. Because all 3 of these lead to different scenarios of bad shit happening. Because the GM has to always say, typically, he's never going to activate more. That's it. But of course, you can also exchange them for fear, but you can also exchange fear for 2 additional tokens. Because remember, you've been tracking fear this entire time, right? Yeah, this is I'm gonna read, like, this is one of those weird ones. You know, parties facing a group of bandits trying to steal chests and the group is transporting for an ally. Dealt their damage because they rolled with fear. Play plastic to the GM. puts 4 tokens on the action tracker to spend them on as their move. 2 ribbit bandits and a group of minions. Spends 1 token to activate the bandit. Leaps down from a nearby tree, slides beneath the party's traveling weapons, and breaks off some wooden floorboards to get the treasure inside. That's one token to do that. Is there an action? Does there moves? Are there like things he's doing? No, he's just narrating it for a single token. GM activates a 2nd token. Oh, of course, they put everyone there. He swings a massive hammer that gives him an ability to deal 5 bajillion damage to everybody. And people have to burn items to do things. 3rd token. Use a group attack move. Everyone into melee range and begins trying to fight him. Oh, sorry, that's it. Oh, well, I have more tokens to spend, but I don't want to use them because I don't feel like it. Because I've already fucked your day up. It's... How do I want to word this? If there was something a little harder behind this, because the concept of we act until we fail is fine. Okay, easy enough to understand. That's fine. My thing is, there is 2 things, actually. 1, there is no way to knock the GM out of his actions. There's no way to knock him out. There's no way to re-seize the momentum from a GM with a shit ton of tokens. Especially if he has a lot of fear already. He can convert all those fear into multiple actions on his turn and just get to be able to do things. And there's nothing you can do to stop him. If there was a way to perfect parry out of something, to re-seize momentum a little bit, to do something like that, alright, fine, we have an interesting dynamic. There is not. The GM just spends magic good boy points to do whatever they want. And then you have the players on the other hand, where the players are weirdly encouraged to not act, but also act and kind of like optimize their turn perfectly. To do as few actions and get as much done as possible. Because you don't want to give the GM more tokens to do more actions. So why would we ever want that? It's such a weird dynamic. It's such a strange thing here that I don't get. It is weirdly adversarial, but I don't know how. I don't know why. Sounds exactly like Yu-Gi-Oh! And even they kind of make like a big deal of like, oh, well, here's the action tracker. Why not just use actions like normal people? Why not just use turns? Even a popcorn initiative. Why don't we do popcorn initiative? This could save this entire section, make it really easy. You're just going back and forth. I go, you go, I go, you go, and we have to choose who do we want to go on our team. All right, there we go. We have a clear use for things, and it's also a clear currency to players to track. Even if you had like, oh, you only get 3 little tokens to use, and like, all right, fine. Do they really use the term off camera? Yes. Yes, they use the term on camera, off camera, spotlights. But I also want you to, again, imagine, hey everyone, my name is Matt Mercer here, and today we're going to be doing some fun, exciting combat. And then you see the little graphic come up on the action tracker, being like, bum, 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 Marissa is going to use her token to act. She's going to use her druid powers. Bum, bum, bum. Marissa, wow, you did really good, Marissa. You rolled a 15. Make sure you roll your damage correctly. Bum, bum, bum. Screen transition. It's fucking whatever the blue-haired guy. Dun, dun, dun. Well, bum, bum. I'm going to go next. I need to follow up on that attack. Bum, bum, bum. Roll. Wow, I did really good. I got a 22. Wowzers. It's the same shit. Woo, crits, baby. It's... If you have a production budget, you have a producer, you have a production budget, you have someone sitting in a booth, with being like, hey, Marissa hasn't taken an action yet. Can we get her to take an action? Like, yeah, we can do an action. being like, oh no, Marissa, there's a goblin who's looking at you very strangely. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna take my action now. Like, hey, blue hair guy, you need to cool it down with the actions real fast because you're taking like 3 and everyone else is taking 2. Okay, yeah, no, I got. This game like reeks of protagonist syndrome, by the way. I do not know how you would play this game with more than like 4 people. Playing this with more than 4 people sounds next to impossible with this combat system, unless you want people to just not have turns. This game is great for tuning out, though. I'll say that, being like, oh no, I'm in the back, I'm holding down the floor, you guys go. As you goon out or whatever. Embrace danger, use your resources, tell the story, level up, level achievements, you get more experiences, which isn't experience points, you get, like, yeah, something of significance. May tell them it's time to level up. That's really all it is. You just level up. Choosing advancements. Generally speaking, weapon proficiency is amazing. Depending on your armor slots could be very good. Again, the big thing would be hit points, weapon proficiency, and stress would be my big 3. If you are playing like Chippy, for example, Chippy doesn't need to be too worried about evasion, because evasion's already not great. Increasing it by 1 isn't going to help, but he also has insane armor, so he just wants to get better armor and better materials. Like, yeah, bumping his damage threshold up so he just doesn't have to worry about it. And then you take domain cards. That's it. Congratulations, you get some special abilities if you level up. Ta-da. Yeah, this is the idea of, like, weapons. Oh boy, let's talk weapons a little. So damage type, burden of the weapon, 1 or 2 hands effectively. There's some features. This is armor. Armor is funky. And they have like 9 or so players. Nope. Popcorn Initiative would do great in this situation, unironically. Just again, we go, you go, we go, you go, and we go until everyone's acted or whatever. Easy. That would be super simple. Even if it was down to like, even if it just went back and forth, like all the players take an action, then all the enemies take an action, or all the X number of players can take an action, and X number of enemies take an action, or whatever. Like, that would be fine. Like, but they chose not to do that and make something convoluted. Then we have armor. So, armor score is the base value of any permanent bonus you have to armor. Whenever you take damage, mark one of the armor slots next to the armor box and reduce it by your armor score. Alright? So, what does this mean? Why is armor weird with the whole health dynamic? Oh no! You have taken 8 damage. You've taken 8 damage. First things first, do you want to mark armor? Well, of course I do. You mark your box, you reduce the damage down by 7, in Chippy's case. Because armor is DR, but only when you spend a resource. Only when you tick a box do you reduce it by your armor. And then you check your hit points, then you check your damage thresholds, then you check your hit points. Every combat action, anytime you get hit, the basic damage calculation. Basic damage calculation. Roll die, roll damage. Roll damage. Enemy marks armor. Enemy marks armor. Check damage threshold. Check damage threshold. Mark HP / stress. There we go. Now, mind you, this is the full thing. This is technically, if you want to be really specific about it, 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 4 to 5 steps to just resolve one hit. Now, of course, sometimes people aren't going to armor. Sometimes you don't need to resolve any card's abilities. But it's generally speaking going to be about 3 to 5 steps. Just determining damage. And this is one of those bits where this is a weird addition because the full damage attack is adding that, including rolling to find evasion, doing all your damage, then do. If armor was just a flat DR, hey, I've taken 32 damage, and now I reduce it down to 25. All right, fine, easy. But we can't do that. You have to spend a box, get your armor back, which you also have to spend a downtime action to repair those boxes, and it's a whole. Like Gloomhaven or above have massive choose your own adventure book. The game feels like you're playing the game without that book. Instead, GM is desperate, giving a la carte to interpret everything. Yeah, I see that a lot. I get what you mean exactly. They're fail. I've never actually played Gloomhaven. I've never played any of those games because they just never really appealed to me. And it's just it's. Let's keep going because I'm going to get more frustrated. As you can kind of see here, these are the very basic tables. These aren't the final ones, obviously. Generally speaking, weapons usually fall into strength, agility. There is one presence weapon and one finesse weapon, and technically an instinct weapon. Actually, there's two finesse weapons. But like, technically, these are range weapons. But like, yeah, these are very simple ones. And you have some very basic magic weapons, which also can be timed up strength, instinct, agility, one knowledge ability. And some of these are just better than others because, hey, you have a rapier, you get +1 agility when you're attacking. Oh, that's pretty useful. Great swords are actually way better than warhammers. Yeah, there's a bunch of these like little weird like features and things that says like, it's like almost these don't matter. It was just like only this section really matters. Like what do you want from here? Like, do you want, what's your damage that you want? And do you want the -1 to agility or the -1 to agility? And like, it's like, oh, it's like, okay, that's a little odd, but all right, I'm in. Then we get into the tier 1 items with such amazing items such as improved battle axe, improved warhammer, improved mace, improved saber, improved longsword, or gilded falchion. Oh, okay, we have actually real weapon. Urok short sword. What's an Urok? I don't know. Doesn't matter. All right, like, oh, blunderbuss. Yes, a blunderbuss. They have guns. It does D10 damage. Yeah, no. You want something good? You want to have a good weapon? Choose an improved crossbow. A crossbow is better than a blunderbuss by a very good margin. Even though, interestingly enough, the blunderbuss can be used one-handed. Yes, the blunderbuss is a one-handed weapon. The crossbow is also a one-handed weapon. So yeah, there's no reason to take the blunder kings lose again, blunder cucks. Magic weapons. Again, it's like, here's a cool, like, it's like, oh, here's a bunch of like just improved like raw bonus. You kind of see it just does +2 damage. +2, +4, or whatever. But then you get like, oh, the devouring daggers. Ooh, the ego blade. Like, oh, all right. Yeah. Ooh, you wanna eat my devouring daggers, my bonded staff, the casting sword, advanced, brave sword. Labrys axe, Hell's hammer, double flail. But you don't worry, you can't get these until level 5 and 7. Don't try getting them 4, 5, and 7. But I want to get a special cool magic. And no, you don't. Stop trying to get a magic axe here, kid. Yeah, so ricochet axes and things like that. Like, I'm not gonna say these are terrible ideas. Like, it's weird how much of this, like, there's a raw like, there's just a raw improvement to things as well. I don't know if it's just temporary, but it's like, there's gonna be a crafting system? Probably. Because, like, yeah, here's 4 starting armors, but then it goes to actual more armors, and that actually feel like they do more things. I'm like, oh, alright. I don't hate this. This is fine. On the other hand, like, can we get something a little bit maybe more to work with, especially if you get things like the Savior Chainmail, or the legendary full plate armor, which if you get the legendary full plate armor and you're an orc and you get a bunch of other bonuses, prepare to have reduce all damage by 13 pretty consistently. Ow, just like Bloodborne. We're Bloodborning. Yeah, here are the loot tables. Yeah, loot tables are pretty weird. I don't like. They're fine. I wish there was just like a list of them though. Like here's like just maybe a little bit easier to read. I just find them a little bit difficult to read. That's it really. Because what you're supposed to do, is you roll like 1d12 or 2d12. Like, okay, it's like, oh, hey, it's the premium bedroll. I have a skeleton key or whatever. What you want to do, for example, I'm going to do the tier 0 loot. I got 8. So I would go to the 8 key down here and get a woven net. Basic consumables. Most of them are like, you clear some HP. You can breathe underwater. You get a potion. You get this. All right, nothing too exotic. Full example of play. We don't really need this. Don't worry about it. We already know how to play. And that is how to run an adventure, how to GM. Generally speaking, if you've ever played any, do you know how to play tabletop games? Congratulations, you kind of already know. These things should be pretty baked in. Nothing's too strange here. It's, how do I want to word this? How do I want to learn this? There's a lot of pressure on the GM with this game. As I think that's a big thing with this. I did notice when kind of going through this section. There's a lot of pressure on the GM. It's up to you to make sure that the game is fun. It is up to you. Yeah, that's kind of the idea here, is like, hey, GM, do better. Be a better GM. It's like, all right, like don't do these things. And there's a lot of, it's not really a lot on the GM. It's not really on the players to be better players. It's a lot on the GM to be a better GM. It's your responsibility as a GM to be better at doing your thing. So, let me see. Example GM move. This is like the idea of like example GM moves. Show how the world reacts. Ask questions that build on an answer. Make an NPC act in accordance with their motives. It's like, play the fucking game. Like, that's what these things are. Like, please play the game. Like, use the action tracker. What? Like, yeah, like these aren't really moves in a way. Like, they're a little bit weird. Then there's fear. So yeah, you can't have more than 10 fear. God help us all if we have more fear than we need. So this is what you can do to use fear. Do something big. Something bad has happened. I'm going to spend a fear to make sure that everyone is more miserable. Don't be that way. Tick a clock. Use a fear move. You have some enemies have special moves that you have to spend a fear token to do. Take advantage. Yes. Interestingly enough, the GM has special advantage Yes, I have no idea why the GM gets a regular D&D 5e advantage of just roll 2d20 and take the highest. I have no fucking idea. The answer is because they want to fuck with you. That is the real answer. I'm like, all right. End effect. Clear conditions. Add more damage die. You can spend fear to do more damage to a PC because you felt like it. Add tokens. Interrupt a PCs to take action. Spend 2 fear. And your PCs want to do something, and like, oh, I get to make an action now. I'm cutting you out for a moment because I spent my special good boy points to do things. It's like, yeah, it's like, oh. GM initiative, and then, oh yeah, no. But again, if this is a Matthew Mercer, then that's a little bit different because I'm being paid, I'm being paid a salary every time I show up on the episode and make funny voices. Like, if you were getting paid to show up and make funny voices, yeah, I would listen to GM advice perfectly. But I'm not being paid to, as a GM, it's like, yeah, there's a lot to, that's why I was talking about, that's why I was kind of talking about the idea I don't like the GM currencies here, because the GM currencies aren't, hey, you get some things to augment to do cool abilities. To pay to pull a Goblin Slayer episode 1. Generally speaking, here's the funny thing with Goblin Slayer episode 1. You start with 2 fear. You make sure they fail one of their rolls very early on, or you seize initiative right away and have a bunch of goblins rush them with your 4 actions, with your multiple fear actions, or have them make a bunch of arbitrary rolls that you set to be very difficult. And then you just literally just swarm them with goblins that eat their face. That's how you do it. Ta-da, you did it. Everyone gets disadvantage while in the cave. Yeah, using fear collaboratively. You should never use it to undermine the fun of the players. It's important. Never to use it to, never to use it to undermine the players, because it's your ability to act rather than be a GM, because we need to make sure, we need to put a resource on you to make sure you don't fuck with people, because it's so arbitrary sometimes. Like, using fear outside of combat, using the action tracker, it's one of those things where I want attacks rolls of story, reaction rolls, yeah, difficulties. This is kind of like the idea of difficulties, and it's most GM stuff is pretty simple when it comes to difficulties. Like, none of the math here is very difficult, if that makes sense. If you get advantage in difficulty, and it's just like, okay, yeah, tier 0 adversaries, tier 2 adversaries. This is like a basic, adversary stat block. I don't hate the stat blocks. I think stat blocks are fine. Everyone has the same difficulty. This is an important thing. Everyone's got the same difficulty when it comes to, like, all Jagged Knife bandits have difficulty 12. They always will do 2d8 physical damage. They all have 5 HP, but don't forget about their wound thresholds, because, we gotta still calculate that, of course. And they all have 3 stress. Cool. That's all they're doing. They've got some basic adversary types to do things. What are they trying to do? They want to attack. How things do. It's fine. It's not very complicated to hit them. It's not very complicated to do things. I am okay with creating enemies like this. I like creating enemies like this. There's nothing wrong with these. I wish the adversary types, the adversary types feel like they don't do much, though. Like, a skulker doesn't, being a skulker does not give them an advantage. They're just a break, like a broad, well, what role do they play? You can have a skulker who summons enemies. You can have a social thing that is able to 1v1 you. It doesn't really matter. I was wishing there was something a little bit more to work with there, a little bit. You can kind of, the fact that you can scale up and scale down everything is nice. I like the idea that you can scale up and scale down things. It gives, it's pretty easy to understand. Here's a tier 2. It's like, oh, here's a tier 3 one. He gets really strong. 5d8 plus 8 damage, of course. He's got some new abilities. Don't hate it. I don't think it's perfect, but it's early there. I don't think they know what they're doing there. Gold. Yeah, this is what I mean by, like, they have no idea of, like, oh, hey, we don't really know what gold. Each weapon worth a number of handfuls of gold equal to double its tier. Tier 1 is worth 2, tier 2 is worth 4, 3 is worth 1 bag. It's like, I don't know, it just varies. It just is, but you don't get an item list for, like... Yeah, honest to God, like, I don't hate the I don't hate the enemies. That's my issue with Daggerheart. There are things I like and things I do not like. Yeah, then they like, oh, let's talk about how stories are played, how we do this, optional GM roles, and it's talk about, kind of this all session 0 shit. Like, it's not like I'm kind of rushing through this section because it's not really important. Because we've already kind of hit the sections we needed to talk about. Building battles. Yeah, no, it's things just happen. It's just it's just there. Because the action economy battles is different from other games. But why? Like, it's so, try using a solo adversary. Like, yeah, solo adversaries can be terrifying, by the way. You want to know why they can be terrifying? Because if you take too many actions against them and do fucking nothing against them, they get to act and get advantage and do a bunch more damage to you. One solo can Is it weird that you can make Atom Smasher in this game? Yes, you can make Atom Smasher in this game. And you can Atom Smash your problems away. And show up, blow someone's head off, and have 0 consequences for it. It's great. Yeah, one bruiser, it's like, what do the bruisers actually do? Nothing. The bruiser doesn't do anything. It is a very arbitrary way to kind of do all of these things. Don't hate it. Don't think about it. Like, oh, you can create fear moves for your encounters that apply to the battle as whole. What? Like, why? Like, this feels like it should be a little bit more important of like, oh, you can use fear to do a lot of different unique things. Cool, this is an interesting thing for a board game now. Like, oh. But if you have like, the encounter fear moves are just one of those other things where if a week before you are supposed to air, and you're going to go on there and play an actual play podcast, and you have a group of 3 producers and you as the GM sitting around a table being like, okay, here's what we're going to do. This is what the battle map's going to look like. What if we put a fear move here? What if we put a fear move here? What if we put a fear move here? And then you as the GM are now making that. Like, it feels like this should be a very important part of the game, but it's really not. It's like, oh, here's equipment. Does equipment do anything? No. I want to give them loot. Nah. You want to buy a goat? Nah. Why would you want to buy a goat? There's no reason for you to buy a goat. Please share this. Please share the spotlight. Conflict. There's a lot of story nonsense a little bit in here. They're trying to, like, really the back half of the game is a lot of please play the game the way you need to. I guess that's the way of thinking about it. Like, please play the game we need you to play. Like, impromptu damage. This is fine. Why you should kind of maybe put this in its own section to make it a little bit easier to read. But again, this is pretty early. Yeah, no, it's very... Then we do this is one of those other aspects of the game, which is like, there's no commitment to it, which is the idea that you have to build your own setting. So that's one of the things. Everyone builds their own setting. Two things with this. Option A, everyone builds their own cool, unique, awesome setting. Problem is, nothing really fits in there if they don't want to be fit in there. Yeah, it's just like, you need creative people to make creative things for creative reasons, if that makes sense. If you are creative people who do creative things for creative reasons, then you're going to... then this is going to get really easy, and you can easily make sure all of this works. If you... Graphics, Session 1, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. Beats, how to storytell, what's the climax, looking at when to level up, how do we guide things, various locations. How do I want to word this? It's almost like this back section is like, let's write a script for our game. Like, let's make sure we're all on, let's make our very own fun and exciting Critical Role TM exciting thing, and we need to write out all the detail like we're producers, like we're the writers, like we're the director. And they don't really... Honest to me, like, there's a part of me that wishes they would just dump down into it. Like, just double down the idea of like, oh, hey, you are just making a massive call of like, this is like a show, like it's a TV show, it's a fantasy TV show or whatever, fine, whatever. All of these are using the reach system from WildSea, in case you must know. Effectively, the reach system in WildSea is like, here's just a little snippet of an area with a bunch of stuff in it. Because Daggerheart doesn't have a setting or anything to tie everything together. It just exists in a very vague place of fantasy. Nothing matters, it just exists. That's it. Okay. Daggerheart. Daggero Harterto. I don't care for it. 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, or how many other playtests come out? Will I go over them? No. When the game finally comes out in 2025, will I go over it? No. Because everything I've seen is nothing that I give a shit about. Oh, but Notepad, you should feel more encouraged about things. Come on, Notepad, you gotta be nicer. You gotta be better about it. Nothing about this seems interesting to me. Like, that's the decisive problem I feel with Daggerheart. Is that at the very end of it, at the very end of the day, I take a step back and say, what about this interests me? What about this thing is fascinating? What about this draws the eye, gets me invested? And the answer is nothing. Not a single fucking part of this game. Is it easier to learn than 5e? If you are a player... Actually, no. 5e is easier. No, I will say that. I will say that right now. 5e is easier. You want to know why 5e is easier? Anything you need to do in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, at the end of the day, is roll 1d20, add numbers upwards of 4, and compare it to a target number. Well, there's a billion other mechanics to worry about. Generally speaking, That is what it is. I need to make an attack roll against a goblin. I want to make it. If I want to attack someone as a, I want to attack a goblin as a fighter in D&D. I take my D20, I roll, and I rolled a 13 plus my 3. I got a 6. Cool. I did a 16. I hit for 16. Cool. I hit. I deal 2d6 damage. I deal 8 plus 3. I deal 11 damage. And then the GM says, okay. And then he looks at the little goblin card and he says, he has 10 HP. Goblin dies. Daggerheart. I only want to attack the goblin. All right. Goblin has, let's say, difficult. Say the difficulty of the goblin is 10. I roll. I rolled a 5 and a 7. So I got a 12. I hit the goblin, but I rolled with fear. So GM gets a fear. I'm going to roll damage now. My damage is 1d6. Roll my 1d6. I rolled 2 damage. Oh no, I rolled 2 damage. Do I get any bonuses? No, I rolled 2 damage. The goblin marks 1 stress. And now the GM goblin is going to make his thing with a d20. And it's... How do I want to word this? The people who are going to like Daggerheart are going to like Daggerheart. Remember what this stream is called, your new favorite TRPG. There are going to be people who clung on to this game immediately and is going to flood itch.io with Daggerheart content. It's going to suck. A lot of it's going to be just bad. It's going to be mediocre shit. It's going to flood everything. For people trying to get clout, there's going to be, oh, here's my Daggerheart book. Here's my my Daggerheart classes. Here's my Daggerheart this. Here's my Daggerheart card deck. Here's my Daggerheart this. If you're a GM, Daggerheart is infinitely more complicated. Because there's a lot more narrative shit for you to worry about. And a lot more things that you need to lead up to Daggerhearting. And I can almost guarantee you the combat system people are going to homebrew immediately if they keep it. They are going to say, okay, nope, we're just going to go around the table. You go, and then you select someone else, and then someone else goes, or everyone's going to have a different way to ignore that combat system because it's very wonky, and try to explain. I want you to think about that combat system, and I want you to explain it to a brainlet. And I want you to explain it just thinking about it. I didn't explain it perfectly, but that's the basic gist of it. You can download the game if you want. It's free. It is a much more complicated game to GM. There's a huge investment. And it's a lot of pressure on the GM to be a better storyteller. Just be better at being a GM. Come on. Be better. Why aren't you being better at your job? Here's how you be better. Players, it's like, okay, here's all the cards. The cards are just reference material. No, but they're not reference material. You'll need the fucking cards. There's the activation cost between things. There's the currencies to bet. There's the currencies to manage. Because at the end of the day, what do you need to manage with Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition? You need to manage your HP and your spells. And people fucking struggle with their spells already. People struggle with that shit. And you're expecting people to now manage hope. They have to manage fear. They have to manage armor. They have to manage stress. They have to manage damage threshold and health being different. You have to manage all that shit. There's going to be people who are just going to forget. Can't even manage my hit dice. Like, yeah, there are people who don't understand like that. Like, that's a complicated thing to think about. And now you've introduced a bunch more currencies to it, as well as here's a bunch of reference cards. But they're not reference cards. They're mandatory cards. You have to have the stupid frog thing on there. But being a frog doesn't matter. The GM could say, well, you're a little frog, man. Hee hee hoo hoo. Doesn't matter. No, because we established that the frogs are the dominant species of the entire world, and It doesn't matter whatever it is because we all forgot about the world building after the session 0 ended. There are going to be people who love this game. Not going to lie. There are going to be people who adore this game. There are going to be people who think this is the worst game imaginable and everyone associated with it should die and it's awful and it's terrible. But the unfortunate reality is that I think this is going to be a game that's going to come out in 2025 and it's going to get a lot of press that first week. And then 6 months later, I'm going to do a video on it. Middle of 2025. You can hold me to this, everyone. You can make a note of it. If I'm not dead by then, June 2025. 6 months after whatever the fuck this game comes out, I'll make a video on it, and I'm going to at everybody in my server. Put everything on my fucking server. Be like, anyone of you guys remember Daggerheart? And I'm going to guarantee you, 90% of my server is going to say, what the fuck is Daggerheart? They'll be like, you mean Love Dagger? Man, I loved Love Dagger. Remember Love Dagger, anyone? I remember Love Dagger. Like, people are going to, like, remember that. And they're like, no, I don't remember that. That's Critical Role's thing, right? Yeah. Oh, I just know them because they play 5e. I think this game is going to, in its current state, it's going to get forgotten probably within the week. It's going to get a lot of coverage because it's what I would want to see. Because I have a very certain opinion on things. I don't like GM metacurrencies. I don't like metacurrencies in general. I don't like them because everything boils down to an economy of how to generate the metacurrency more efficiently or when to spend it, and people stop focusing on the game, they start focusing on the economy. I don't like that. I don't like the idea of GM metacurrencies because then suddenly the GM is starting to get restricted in what they can do based on this metacurrency that allows them to do very anomalous things. What's a big move? Oh, sorry, GM, you can't do this thing because, you didn't spend a fear die on it. You didn't spend fear on it. Like, oh, sorry, I didn't spend this arbitrary resource. Even down to the fact of, let me open Chippy again. Even down to the fact of armor and evasion and everything kind of working together, and it's just like, I'm not a big fan of that. That's just not something I'm not going to go into this being like, oh boy, I'm the greatest thing ever created. I'm like, nah, the unfortunate reality is that my decisive opinion on it is, I don't really care. Then, yeah, no, it's like, we'll see some news on it. And will this replace 5e as the main Critical Role game? I don't know. Because someone I would want an impression on, someone that I would want a very decisive opinion on, would be an actual play podcast person. Someone who does this, like, I saw a little bit of the ping. We'll take a look at it after this. Will it be like, because I'm seeing this as like, because if we go back to that original point being like, is this a game for podcast people? AP podcast stuff. And I think so, yes. Because I want you all to imagine something. Close your eyes and imagine with me for a minute. 4 hours into this, my throat's giving out a little bit, so cameras on, everyone's happy and waving at the camera or whatever. Camera tones down. You see a graphic pops up. You see Chippy the Toad here. You see all his stats laid out really nicely, and then he shows all of their cards nearby, kind of floating by nearby. And then, oh no, Chippy's been hit. Whoosh! Damn, he's taking damage. He goes down. The retaliation card flashes for a moment. Whenever you take damage, you can mark stress. All you see is like, I'm going to mark stress. You see the little pen go over, chink. And now I'm going to deal weapon damage straight back at him. I dealt 3 damage to him. Oh, well, you didn't beat his stress though. So he's going to take stress. Shink. Zooms back out. Oh no, Chippy, you rolled with hope. What do you want to do? Well, I'm going to put it on the Call of the Slayer. Bump, and then you see a little D6 pop up right here. So it's an ad for a live play series? Yes. Yes. Because there's going to be it's the same thing with Candela Obscura. Who have you heard play Candela Obscura? You've seen actual play podcast people play Candela Obscura. I played it, lol. Apology. You played it. That's a very important thing. Not I play it. I played But a lot of I didn't really see a lot of people talk about playing it. I saw a lot of people do live shows of it, do the actual plays and all that. That's why I saw it on the podcast circuit a lot. I was like, oh, that's a lot of podcast stuff, and they all look the same. They're all trying to get that vibe in. But I look at it and more, and it's like, what are you trying to do here? So that's my decisive opinion on Daggerheart. Okay. You do exist. Will this be the D&D killer? No. Will this be a thing that does exist? Well, of course it's going to be a thing that exists. That's all I can really say about it. We learned about worker exploitations when we tried the quick start. Will this be the game that will prove once and for all that's good? I don't know. And again, by the time it releases, this entire game could be different. This entire thing could be a radically different beast. We don't know. Hard to tell, generally. But that's Daggerheart. Game that does exist. Everyone's new favorite role-playing game. Alright, let's hello, Forger. It's filled with either rules heavy or balanced or rules fluid games with balance off the nearest skyscrapers or solution, making a dark high fantasy role playing, both high end character customizability and customizability. Tier, lineage, spell creation, and crafting. Spell creation and crafting. Lamau, you're not gonna balance. Echo, Phantom. Oh, it's all furries. Yep, that makes sense. They're furries. How does this happen? It's always fucking furries. Nothing really to talk about here. They're on Discord apparently. Let's see some of their Discord. Let's see. So the Howling Elk, large, 648 health, 500 mana, 500 stamina. Oh, 2d8 dice, tier 6, 8 bajillion damage. I see. Let's do a peasant. This is a peasant. Strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, knowledge, charisma, and luck. Action break A+. Oh, this seems autistic. Oh no. Furries and hyperfixations are one and the same. Let's see. It's a D10 system with tier. It goes up to level 30. Every 5 levels, you move up a tier. All damage is multiplied by your tier. Oh. Ah, new character sheets. New ability to make character sheets. Kiln. For all role-playing games and all media, all your character sheets are used custom edited from PC, smartphone, or tablet. It's going to be 5e. Stop. Throats ripped to shreds currently. So I'm going to probably call it right here. Thank you all for following. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm gonna do my best to drink some actual water now. Oh goodness, this is fun.